A number of directors and commissioners from the same ministry were also invited, and some are in our space already. We also know that teams from different universities, private and government, have also been invited, and we are glad to see many of you already here. Definitely in the teams from the universities, we expect deans, vice chancellors, registrars, and those who extended the invitation will tell us why they focused more on those in the line of academics, academic registrars and deans. There have been some reason, and certainly what we're going to discuss relates to academics, so we need them more. But we also have colleagues coming from the National Council for Higher Education, as we shall see. We have colleagues coming in from other key players when it comes to issues of curriculum. Ladies and gentlemen, the title of engagement is a consultative meeting, and you'll agree with me that consultative is all about finding out from experts what is it that they can add to what you've prepared, what is it they can reduce from what you've prepared. Definitely, you call those experts because experts and because they come with a lot of experience. So in this consultation, we expect a lot of discussion. We expect a lot of input from your side. Go through the program, we shall learn that we have a general presentation that is going to drive us. And indeed, when we receive that presentation, be able to critique what has been provided. We should give complaints where necessary, add value where necessary, promise to give more input on finding out more as we get back home, raise concerns possible so that at the end of the day, we have a very good curriculum framework for advanced level. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to say so much around this time, but now to officially get into the program as listed on. Activity 1 is arrival and registration. And my imagination is that we have registered at the entrance. Whoever has not yet registered should actually get there and indicate those details. The second activity after registration, being ushered in this workshop by standing up to sing anthems, but then after the anthems, we'll come to pray. Our conveners have not identified who the leader of the prayer will be. I want to imagine that some of you, our dear vice chancellors and deans, are religious leaders. So I want to request my co-MC to help me identify that reverend or that priest or that nun or that head of the Anglican community or Pentecostal community somewhere who will lead us in the prayer when we come to that moment. Certainly after the prayer, we'll come to know who is here already. We make an effort to introduce by name, but if time is not on our side, we could agree to introduce ourselves by constituency. I know that we have different institutions and universities and all that, so we may introduce ourselves by that. And then thereafter, some remarks from our main convener, who is none other than the Executive Director of the National Curriculum Development Center herself, who was among the very first people to arrive here. And then after that, we'll now get the official opening by the chief guest, whom I earlier mentioned as the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Education and Sports. Now, ladies and gentlemen, may we rise and sing the anthems, beginning with the Uganda anthem. I don't know whether we are being supported by IT to sing those anthems, or since we are educationists, we have all the verses by heart. Which one do you prefer? IT support us and we sing the anthems, beginning with the Uganda anthem. Okay, we can sing one verse so that we don't struggle. Okay, we have a gentleman who is actually leading us. Thank you.
One verse Uganda, one verse East Africa. Uganda. Oh, Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hand. United, free for liberty, together we'll always stand. Mungu twaomba uilinde jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you so much for that moment. Co-MC, support me in inviting the person who is leading us in prayer to commit this function in the hands of God.
Thank you so much. The Assistant Registrar, Bugema University, in Mr. Bukenya, to lead us with the word of prayer.
Let's humble ourselves for word of prayer. Father, Lord, in the mighty name of Jesus, we want to thank you for the breath of life that you have bestowed to each one of us. We want to thank you for the journey mercies that you accorded to each one of us to reach this place. As we are going to embark on this consultative meeting, we invoke your Holy Spirit to come and guide us, open our inner minds to understand all that we are supposed to understand here, so as we can go back and implement. Forgive us all our trespasses, but abide with us today and forevermore. In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. The function is now in the hands of God, and as usual, we are sure that He'll comfort us and take us all the way. Ladies and gentlemen, what follows is introductions, but as we get to the introductions, I just need to give a quick highlight of the program. Yes, we do have it on our tables, but as we indicated, there was time for arrival, and we have arrived, and many more are still on their way. But there are also those who have stayed back home, and they'll be joining us online. We also want to welcome them wherever they are preparing to join us from. We'll then have to move into the anthems, which we've just done, and the prayer, and immediately after that, we are getting to the introductions. As we get to the introductions, I earlier indicated that we may not really have everybody. Do we have time to have everyone introduce himself?
No, sir.
We shall still seek your guidance, but I think we'll mention by institution and request that the teams stand up. Then we'll get to welcome remarks from the director, and then get to the official opening, and thereafter we'll get to the core of our engagement here, when we receive the presentation of the proposed upper secondary school curriculum framework, and the manager secondary will take us through that session. Certainly after that, we'll have a few comments coming in quickly in terms of a few queries or comments or concerns. But then the big activity after receiving that presentation will be a humble break, after which we'll break into sessions. The program gets 2 groups, but I'm told that has been adjusted to 4, and then as and where the different groups will be going. The first group, or one of the groups, will be discussing the tenets. I think that is something to do with the doctrines of this curriculum, the beliefs, philosophy, the values, the attitudes, and all that, as we shall be told. And then the other group will discuss more of the structure. How is the framework organized? How was it built? What happens at different stages, and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll get into lunch, as usual. On such a big function, there's lunch, and then we'll get to plenary presentations coming in from the groups that would have discussed earlier, and thereafter we'll have a moment of resolutions and way forward. So after our long day discussion, the big questions will be, what next? Is the framework now ready? If it is not, then what remains? possibly what is the roadmap to its completion, and all the other details. Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to request the Ministry of Education and Sports officials in our space from the headquarters to kindly stand for recognition. Yes, I can so far see Commissioner Harriet Ajilong, in charge of the Department of Guidance and Counseling at the Ministry of Education and Sports. I am personally representing my commissioner in charge of University Education and Training, Mr. Timothy Musoke Sejova, who is currently out of the country, on, by the way, something similar to this one. Any other ministry officials? Possibly on their way, but I know that quite a number of directors and commissioners were invited. Ladies and gentlemen, may I also request any members of the Education Policy Review Commission to kindly stand, because they were also invited. I am very sure they are either online, as you come to find out, or they are on their way. May I now request the Vice Chancellors in our presence so far, or those who have stood in for Vice Chancellors, because that is also possible. Yes, could you kindly introduce yourself and the university, sir? There is a second mic.
Good morning to you.
Good morning, sir.
I'm Nyombi Samuel Wilson. I'm the Dean School of Nursing, Kampala International University. I've come along with another Dean to represent KIU.
Okay, so you represent the Vice Chancellor KIU as well. Thank you.
Morning, colleagues. My name is Professor Anyanwu Kotzinemeka, Dean, School of Biomedical Sciences, Kampala International University.
Thank you. And we are learning that both of you are representing the Vice Chancellor. Okay, thank you very much. Do you have any Vice Chancellor or a delegate of a Vice Chancellor? Yes, there's one here. The microphone is coming your way, sir.
My name is Chandia Morris. I'm the Assistant Academic Registrar of UNITE. I'm representing the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics and also Academic Registrar. Thank you.
Sometimes some people are disturbed by the acronym
We can
UNITE.
put our hands together for the VC, dear members. Yes, please. Hey.
UNITE stands for Uganda National Institute for Teacher Education. It is a new institution. Our supervisors are very busy. They delegated me.
Thank you.
And we are around 5. Other members will maybe introduce themselves later. I'm the team leader.
Okay.
You're most welcome.
Yeah,
Thank you for leading the team very well. There's another Vice Chancellor.
Oh.
I'm not the Vice Chancellor, but I'm from Bugema University. I'm the Assistant Academic Registrar of Bugema University. I came in the capacity of the Registrar, and I have moved with the Deans of Schools, at least 2 schools. Maybe they are the ones who have represented the VC.
Okay, so one who is representing is certainly sure, because he has been delegated. Guess maybe the VC is on either his way or her way. Thank you. May we now have, now that the VCs are over, do we have principals in our midst? Yes, let's have the principals in our midst introduce themselves.
Allow me begin from here.
It's okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed. I'm Josephine Nambiro Chigozi. I'm from Kabale, Mulago, representing principals of health training institutions, if for currently now.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome, principal. There are 2 others around.
Good morning, members.
Oh, yeah.
Daniel Tini is my name, and I'm the Deputy Principal National Instructors College Abironino, standing in for the Principal National Instructors College Abironino.
Thank you and much welcome. And wherever you stand in, then it means you have the potential to become one. So we continue praying for you. Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. I am Nwajira Bernard. I'm the principal, Uganda College of Commerce, Kabale.
Very much welcome. Is Kabale as cold as I last knew in January? Okay, there are
January,
3 principals here.
Yes, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Charles Chasanku. I represent the Principal College of Education and External Studies, Makerere University. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we also have some academic registrars? We are yet to conclude the principals here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Godfrey Kawaya, at the head.
Thank you very much. Representative of the Principal College of Natural Sciences.
Thank you very much. Good morning, members.
Morning, sir.
My name is Muonge Hamza. I'm the principal, Namasuba College of Commerce. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know that there are quite a number of deans whom I would like to request to stand up for recognition. Quite a number of deans.
Oh, we can put our hands together. They are the biggest number, I think.
So it must be the biggest number.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I also want to imagine that we have colleagues from the National Council for Higher Education. Okay, colleagues from the National Council for Higher Education.
Let's put our hands
together. Are you representing
for
the Executive Director?
Representing National Council for Higher Education.
Okay, but not the Executive Director.
Most probably.
Thank you so much. Is there any general constituents I've left out before we go to statistics? I think the general constituents, yes, sir. Heads of departments, very wonderful reminder. Kindly let's stand up, heads of departments from the different institutions.
Oh, you're most welcome. You're most welcome.
Oh, so much. Now I know all the rest that have not and are going to be represented in it. May we see officers from Arapai, the team from Arapai, still on the way from Soroti. Arua Technical? Not yet here. School of Psychiatric Nursing? Not yet here. Oh, Bukalas Agricultural Institute? Still in the garden, but on their way. Yeah, when it rains, they normally start with the garden. They must be coming.
Are you
here.
sure?
Yeah. East African School of Civil Aviation? Online? Anyone online from East African? We recognize you if you are there. East Africa School of Civil Aviation. Kabale School of Nursing. Kabale College of
Represented.
Represented.
Yes.
Fisheries Training Institute Entebbe. Represented. Institute of Survey and Land Management. Possible on their way. The College of Health Sciences. Okay. Medical Lab Training School, Jinja. Not yet. Mitiana Agricultural Institute. Nakawa Vocational Training Institute. Namasura College of Commerce. Represented. National Instructors College at Bilonino is represented by a full principal. National Meteorological Institute Entebbe.
Represented.
Okay. Do we also have Pansea Aviation Academy? Petroleum Institute Chigumba? Not yet. St. Joseph Technical School, Chisubi? Okay, the colleges of commerce. Aduku, Kabale, Pakwach, and Chigumba.
The UCCs are not represented yet.
Not yet, but they must be on their way. Then also Uganda Hotel and Tourism Training Institute. Getting here shortly. UTC Chichwamba. Not yet. Vine Air Flight Academy. YMCA. Not yet, but possibly on the
YMCA is represented.
Oh, YMCA is represented.
Yes.
Do we all have all the 5 campuses of UNITE? Yes. Kindly stand for presentation. Which is Kabale? Kabale,
present.
Kalilo is there. Movende. Okay, then Muni, and then Unyama.
Oh, present.
So it seems like
we can put hands together for that team. I think we are big.
So ladies and gentlemen, all the institutions are here. Now, let me confirm the universities. Makerere University. Thank you. Busitema University. Busitema must be somewhere around Nakawa.
And that is my university, incidentally.
Okay. Which course did you do from there, sir?
My bachelor's of education. They are not here. I'm sad.
No, they must be on their way.
Okay.
They must be on their way. You know the jam on Ginger Road is really so serious. It's for World Cup. So Bugema is here. Busitema is on their way. Islamic University.
Present.
Kindly stand. We see you properly. Thank you so much for moving all the way. Gulu, very present. And there's something big happening in Gulu. So we like it when you preferred to ignore the other one and come for this one. But you also know that Gulu is represented. Kabale University. Thank you so much. Kabale University. KIU. Very present and very smart. Kyambogo University, Uganda. Thank you for coming. Rila University. Rila. Is it Rila or Rila?
Lira.
Rila.
Lira.
Lira.
Yeah.
Just like Gulu is Gulu.
Gulu.
And Chitigum is Kitgum.
Yes.
Thank you. And Padel? Pade or Pada?
Pade.
Pade.
Yes.
Thank you. MUBS, Makerere University Business School, represented here.
Yes.
Thank you. Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Thank you and welcome. Mountains of the Moon, all the way from Fort Portal. I think they're also arriving soon. They must be around Natete by now. Muni University, all the way from West Nile. Very much represented. Welcome. How is the United States of Arua?
Of Arua, USA.
Good, USA. Soroti University. Soroti is here. UCU. I thought UCU had one of the shortest distances, but they must be coming. Uganda Matters University in Nkozi. Thank you. Uganda Management Institute. On their way. Unity already here. Whom haven't we recognized now? Have we forgotten any institution? I think we'll come to learn along the way if there's any institution that has not been mentioned. And ladies and gentlemen, allow me to conclude the introduction at that for now. When we realize arrival of more officials, we'll announce their arrival there and then. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tibakanya.
Thank you very much, Director of Program. Good morning, colleagues. I would have loved to present my remarks, but when the chief guest is in attendance, nonetheless, I will proceed because I must officially welcome you to this workshop. As already mentioned, my name is Bernadette Nambi Karuhanga. I'm the director of the National Curriculum Development Center. Probably before I delve into my remarks, I want to briefly say that the National Curriculum Development Center is an agency of government mandated to develop curriculum for pre-primary, curriculum for primary and secondary levels. We also engage stakeholders on curriculum-related matters. We also conduct research to inform curriculum-related decisions and also development of curricula. The National Curriculum Development Center is at the heart of education because it determines the kind of human capital resources of this country. So that means that the decisions we are going to make today are very critical for our country. And I want to thank you so much for coming. We objectively identified you because we believe that you are a key resource in making an input in what we are going to discuss today. So that said, guest of honor in absentia, that is our PS. I thought she would be here while I'm giving my remarks, but nonetheless, I'll do that. The University Chancellors present, representatives of universities and other tertiary institutions here present, representatives of various organizations, colleagues from the Ministry of Education and Sports, colleagues from the National Curriculum Development Center, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. On behalf of the National Curriculum Development Center Governing Council and management, I have the honor of welcoming our chief guest, the PS, Ministry of Education and Sports, and all of you, our dear participants, at this stakeholders engagement on the proposed upper secondary curriculum framework. Colleagues, as you're aware, the Ministry of Education and Sports, through the National Curriculum Development Center, rolled out the lower secondary curriculum in 2020. This curriculum emphasizes fostering of values, practical and soft skills, change in learners' attitudes towards life and work, and application of knowledge to solve everyday challenges. Following the lower secondary curriculum review, efforts were made by the Ministry of Education and Sports to develop a competence-based upper secondary curriculum in 2022. However, in 2023, this process was the need to first consolidate the implementation of the lower secondary curriculum. As a stopgap measure, to ensure a smooth transition of learners from lower secondary to the advanced secondary level in 2025, NCDC aligned the knowledge-based A-level curriculum with the lower secondary curriculum to make it competence-based. After a complete cycle of implementation of the lower secondary curriculum in 2024, the Ministry of Education and Sports was ready to embark on the comprehensive review of the upper secondary curriculum. Colleagues, today's activity is the first among the preliminary activities for the comprehensive review of the upper secondary curriculum. When we talk of a curriculum, we are simply saying it is that document that presents the standards, the terminal competencies, the key learning outcomes, the principles which guide the design, the development, the implementation, and assessment of a curriculum. The upper secondary curriculum, therefore, the upper secondary curriculum framework, therefore, is the blueprint that will guide the development and implementation of the upper secondary curriculum to ensure alignment of the elements of a curriculum, which among them includes the aims and objectives, the concepts or the subject matter, the pedagogies, and the assessments, and these should be across the subjects and across the levels. This meeting, therefore, dear colleagues, is intended to provide a platform for a meaningful dialogue and constructive engagement. I call upon each and every individual here present to contribute selflessly to the discussions as we strive to ensure quality and inclusive education for all. The feedback will be instrumental in ensuring that the upper secondary curriculum is coherent, relevant, responsive, adaptive, and aligned to the future demands of society. Colleagues, the development of the upper secondary curriculum framework and this consultative meeting have been financed by the government of Uganda. And I want to take the honor at this juncture to thank the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Education and Sports under the wise leadership of our dear Minister, Mama Janet Kataha Museveni, for the support towards the center. I also register our appreciation to our dear Permanent Secretary for the continued technical guidance she gives to the sector, but specifically to the National Curriculum Development Center. I want to thank all the stakeholders who worked tirelessly to put this draft curriculum framework together. Your contribution cannot be taken for granted. I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for turning up as a sign of dedication to this cause. I'm optimistic that the discussions of today will greatly help us in improving this framework. As I conclude, dear colleagues and distinguished guests, allow me to introduce to you my team that has been behind this intervention. I want to request the manager secondary and the other managers, the deputy directors. I have the deputy director in charge of research, consultants and library services, Dr. Irumba Richard, deputy director in charge of curriculum development.
May we request that they stand in front and face us, yes, so we see them properly.
Dr. Sembilige Patrice. I have the manager secondary department, the manager ICT and multimedia. The other managers here present, kindly, can you kindly just come over? And then the organizing committee, Madam Annette, our senior specialist, and the members, please. The members need to know that we are doing some good work for this country. Sometimes you have to blow your own trumpet.
And Madam Director, we need to see them physically because the discussion will not end here.
Yeah.
Even when we find them somewhere else.
Yes. So these are the people who support me in delivering the mandate of the National Curriculum Development Center. I just felt that I needed to, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I just needed to call them over so that you may appreciate what we are doing. We have a very big mantle, but with your support, we shall conquer. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You can take your seats. Thank you. So, dear colleagues, with that, I want to now officially welcome you, and when the time is due and our chief guest appears, we shall give you the opening remarks. I want to thank you so much, and I want to wish you fruitful deliberation. Thank you for listening to me, for God and my country.
So, ladies and gentlemen, a louder applause for the director. Thank you so much, Director, for welcoming us. And I think she has rightly indicated that this is not starting now. Consultations have been on. I know that at one time there was an engagement at the Cellar Hotel, and the same faces were invited and engaged, and I know that you made a lot of input. Thank you very much. When we are doing the introductions, we forgot to hear from our colleagues online. Whoever is in charge, who is online? Can you just tell us whom you see online? We may not have chance to let them speak.
They can type in the chat.
Okay, they can type in the chat room.
Yes.
It's open. And the chat room will also be open for them for any other submissions?
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, those who have just arrived, we introduced ourselves earlier, but shortly when we get into break, we will. Okay, there are quite a number of people online over here, 45 of them. Do you see a Vice Chancellor there? I think there could be one or many. But yes, there are people online, and we can confirm that 45 of them.
They are both on Zoom and on the YouTube channel.
Okay?
Yes.
So thank you very much, NCDC, for also being either way, physical and digital. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome the remarks from the director, and as she has indicated, we will from her when the chief guest is here. There is a proposal that before we proceed, we get to have a health break, because some of us must have really moved from very far. I'm imagining the person from Muni must have started the journey by around 12 midnight.
8 p.m.
8 p.m.
Yes.
Same to Kabale, same to Arapai. I think Arapai is not really very far. So should we assume that the prayer we had earlier also involved the health break, the break tea? Yes, if it was not enough for you, you can continue to pray in your own way. But let's head outside there and enjoy that health break, so that when we get back, we now immediately jump into the presentation, which will now tickle us to the full discussion. Oh, there's a proposal of a picture first? Oh, you are mentioning who is online? Yes, we may not introduce them by name, but only to quickly mention, we see somebody from Chigumba, welcome Malupo. We see somebody from Ogulu University, welcome Dr. Jerry. We see George coming in from Guru again. We see Associate Professor Lea Sikoyo from Makerere. Thank you, Professor, for being with us. We see someone from Yasimi Shak, is a dean from some university there. Chigumba is represented there. Petroleum Institute, National Instructors College. There are more participants online. Some others are present. And yes, there are quite many others. We shall come to appreciate them more, because this will keep moving. We just want to assure you, our colleagues online, that we are now heading for a health break that includes taking some tea and snacks. You can also enjoy yourself wherever you are in your own way as we wait for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, we can head.
There is a question of how much time. Can we use not more than 30 minutes? I hope that does that very well.
Welcome to the Nile English course.
Of course, the people in here are very good managers, because they are educationists. They are also curriculum experts. And you know that curriculum also moves a lot with the time.
Automatically.
Including the session for a particular lesson and all that.
So, Dr. Sempala taught me that while at Evositema University.
Very true.
The doctor from Kabale. Now.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's head to those very beautiful tables outside there. The health break is ready for us. You may also want to check on the places of convenience. When you get out of the door, either you can turn left or right and move for about 12 meters. You'll find all the networks that side for ladies and gentlemen. So have we agreed on 20 minutes? If you have, then it is 20 past 10. Let's be through by 20 to 11. And the beauty is that when it comes to 20 to 11, we can even get back with all our caps and accompaniments and proceed to listen in. Thank you. Do we have some music in that system?
English in a fun and practical way. Designed by the National Curriculum Development Center, the Nile English course helps you to build strong skills in reading and understanding.
Today, which is the proposed upper secondary school curriculum framework. And I know that he'll explain to us the detail of what a framework is. I think builders know the framework as that first set before you add all the cement and what. So we also assume that as we develop this A-level curriculum, there's something to start with, there's something to hold the other blocks together. So why don't we clap as we welcome my brother, who is also going to introduce himself in more details when he comes here. And then we allow him to present to us, after which we will now get into the breakout sessions and discuss what he would have presented further. For now, please kindly listen in as he presents. Put down your comments, your queries, your concerns, your questions, and then they'll be attended to at the right moment. Over to you, Sebo.
A very good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. I am Gilbert Gift Sima. Mr. Semakula gave me an opportunity to introduce myself in more detail. But Henry, there is nothing more than that, apart from saying my name, and I'm the main presenter for today, working as the manager secondary at the National Curriculum Development Center, and working with a very big team of specialists and panel members. And let me take this opportunity to thank the different institutions that have responded to our invitation, but also have always sent your members of staff to come and work with us whenever we call on these curriculum development activities. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Today, I am presenting the curriculum framework for upper secondary. Definitely, the framework is that the builders call it a superstructure. Those of us who rode bicycles, there are some of us who rode in a frame. Basically, it is that structure that holds everything together. Today, we are not presenting the detailed content of every subject, but we are sharing with you the arrangement, the framework, for lack of a better word, how we plan, or the proposed plan for the different subjects and how they are going to interact. Because the framework speaks into the details of, or guides what the details will be like. So let me get to my presentation. And the members in this room agree that the education sector in Uganda is on a journey. And this journey is dictated by factors within and factors without. And Uganda's education system, because of those factors, has evolved from the time education was introduced during the colonial times to a content-based curriculum, from a content-based curriculum to now the times when we are talking about competency-based curriculum. And you'll find that at international level, UNESCO has advocated that education should look at these 4 pillars: learning to know, learning to be, learning to live together. And you find that if we are to look at our education internally and reflect on it, You cannot achieve some of these ideas unless you go back the curriculum and make a number of adjustments. And the adjustments that we are making are also aimed at equipping learners with skills, because there has been, for lack of a better word, I wanted to say a craze for skills, but the world out there does not want to know how much you know that much. But they want to know, if I give you the job, what can you do? And that has to start from the time the learners go through the education system, the time they are assessed, and then they go to the world of work. Also, attempts are being made to align with the key government protocols and policy frameworks. One of them being the Education White Paper. Up to now, we've not yet had a complete replacement, but some of the recommendations then are still relevant up to now. But also, these changes are an attempt to respond to global societal changes that are advocating for developing competencies among learners, and also ensuring that education that we provide is quality education, is relevant, and also the teaching and learning approaches that the learners go through during their school times are the kinds that actually prepare them for life and work. This is just a reminder of the aims of education as highlighted in the government white paper. You'll find that when you read through this list and reflect on this list, it is talking about preparing a citizen for life. That's how I can summarize this list. Preparing for our citizens for life in Uganda and beyond. So if we are working to lay a foundation onto these learners, then education needs to respond to these aims, such that we enable individuals or our graduates at whichever level to fit in society and get ready for life. Now, this is not only for lower secondary, it is for secondary education, both lower and upper secondary. And that is the list, 10 of them. I'm sure you got a copy of the document. They are elaborated there. So we have to keep them in mind such that we do not lose focus as we make the changes. The pillars of education, of secondary education by UNESCO, I think I had mentioned briefly about this. One, the learner needs to be knowing something. And this knowledge, it's not only the knowledge, I know I'm talking to teachers, majority of us, there is a difference between knowledge and understanding. But all that is knowledge. Also, emphasis on practical skills and competencies for work and life. It is something we have to keep at the back of our minds. And also there is learning to live together. This is where our values come in. I remember when we were doing science in primary school, our teacher of science made this illustration. He said, the reason I teach you science is beyond passing examinations. I do not expect to find you urinating in the air after a science lesson. I do not expect you to I do not expect to find you urinating in the air after a science lesson. Now, that statement is loaded. In other words, he's saying learning science is beyond acquiring the knowledge of science. It is packed with values. You should know why we are not doing certain things, and also you should promote good practices as a result of studying science. So whenever I talk about values, I remember that statement. It is more than 30 years ago, but it was so graphical and I still remember it. Then also, learning to be. It is through education that we develop learners' personalities and also prepare them to learn to be autonomous, to learn to make judgments where necessary, and also to learn to be contributors in society. So when I get all these pillars and you look at the ongoing curriculum reforms, they are an effort to addressing these and making sure that the education is responsive to what actually society needs. Now, the curriculum reviews are also being guided by a number of policies, and that is just a highlight of some of the policy framework that we are looking at, starting from the SDGs, SDG 4 that is focusing on quality education, and then also the East African Community Vision 2050 that is ensuring that all East African states prepare learners through education to respond in a certain way and create a critical mass of people who can take on the East African community and work within the East African community to the next level. Also, African Union Agenda 2063 also is emphasizing the need to skill students through education. NDP 3 and 4, also same thing. Vision 2040 for Uganda. And you find that all that, the emphasis is on equitable, quality education for lifelong learning. And if we are to achieve that, then the curriculum review and reform somewhere becomes necessary. Now that trend, because of that policy framework, Africa and beyond, a number of countries have continued to adopt the competency-based education. And if you are to quickly scan through, you'll find that a number of African countries at the moment, either in the recent past or in their plans for the next 2-3 years, are planning to work on the curriculum to competency-based. And all this is geared towards addressing the emerging needs of society and the world at large. And in Uganda, we have already worked on the lower secondary curriculum. Actually, before I get to the lower secondary curriculum, in Uganda, the review of curricula started with the ECT framework some year back in 2005. Then it progressed to the primary curriculum between 2007 and 2013. Then we moved on to lower secondary curriculum. At times when I'm listening to news, you hear people saying, but why did you start from the middle? The issue is, we started from the bottom, but maybe the change in implementation was not felt at those levels as it was felt at lower secondary. But all is not lost, because even now, the review of primary is is ongoing, because from that time to date, definitely that is a lot of time. So the review of the primary curriculum is currently ongoing. So very soon we expect the one that is on to be also changed. And I'm hoping that the implementation this time will augment the competence-based teaching and learning, such that the community is able to feel the difference and the alignment with the lower secondary curriculum. With that, there is a need to also revisit the A-level curriculum, such that there is alignment with the lower secondary. Now, someone might ask, then what is it that you've just done? What has just been done was to work within what there was, without major changes. But the upper secondary that we are talking about is reviewing everything from the curriculum framework up to teaching and learning, the menu, that is the curriculum menu, the list of subjects. You realize that the one that was adjusted, the subjects remain the same. In my presentation, I'm going to show you a number of subjects that we are proposing to come on board, and we have never had them on the curriculum menu. So this is a complete overhaul. And Mr. Semakula earlier mentioned that higher institutions of learning have already been requested to go competence-based education by 2028. Now, I want us to first stop here briefly and reflect. This slide is for us to reflect. In 2021, 734,788 students sat PLE. And you realize that as you go through UCE and go up to USCE, you're left with 13%. And this is the same, as in the same trend when you look at 2022, you end up with 12%. When you look at 2023, the trend is the same. Look at 2024, 18%. So the best performance is 2025. Now, someone else might argue it out differently. If we focus on 2021, the students who sat PLE in 2021, okay? That same group sat UCE in 2025. If we are to do a longitudinal study, even then, when you take it in that direction, you do your analysis in that direction, you'll find that you have 58% from 2021 to 2025. So the question is, where are the rest? Do we know where they are? Can we account for them? Okay, when we go by demographics, the mortality rate has come down. That is true as far as UBOS is concerned, UBOS results. But also, we know that life expectancy in Uganda now is higher. That means that this percentage, about the 32%, in 4 years are somewhere. They are somewhere. So the question is, which skills did they exit with? Which skills did they exit with? It's in Uganda, by the way, where we have the biggest percentage of our time is spent in school. From kindergarten, if you're to count, 3 years, 7 years, then you go a number of years. By the time you graduate, you have been in school for at least 20 years. Not so. So if you have been in school for 20 years, and at the end of 20 years, we are asking you to get into society, start life. As the custodians of that system, the question we need to be asking ourselves is, what is this student exiting with? So it is this and other factors around us are the ones that are forcing us to look into issues of promoting competency-based education and also taking education outside. Take it out of the classroom and take it to the community, such that the community and the classroom are working together for purposes of preparing the learner for life. So, Uganda's labor productivity per capita is still low at 38% compared to the global average of 56%. And on average, if you have 12% of the learners who sit PLE exiting USCE, then there is need to make sure that this small percentage that is actually getting out of the system should be well prepared, such that they are responsive to community needs, in order to realize a healthy, knowledgeable, skilled, ethical, and productive population across the country. Because this is going to be our yeast that we need to put in the dough, whereby the dough is the rest of the population. And also remember, it is at this level that someone qualifies to become a leader in Uganda. So if this is the level from which we determine whether you become a member of parliament and so on, then it means we need to pay attention to the kind of skilling that happens before this person exits. So, purpose of the review, one, is to adopt the competence-based approach. I think I will not explain that more because we have been talking about this across the country, and the review of A-level is to also address that. And develop holistic education for personal, national, and national development that is based on shared values. And it is partly the reason we are inviting us to consult, such that if what we are proposing is not reflecting the shared values, please let us know, and we'll make the necessary adjustments. Commit to high education standards, deeper understanding, and greater opportunities for learners to succeed in life. Develop amongst learners the skills that are essential for work, life, and promoting lifelong learning. When I talk about lifelong learning, another example that comes to my mind quickly is, when I was in S1, the teacher of English language emphasized that we read novels. I am one of the people who picked a novel, locked it up in my suitcase, and returned it when it was required, not opened. So when I look back, I ask myself, what exactly was I up to? But it is partly because the kind of peer learning that was happening amongst us was, no, don't worry. She wants you to pick, yes. You go and pick it, keep it, and when it's time, return it. I had to write essays about what happens in society and how it relates to what they study. Then they appreciate and develop a culture of lifelong learning. We also, I had mentioned that we have some subjects that we need to bring on board, and we have come to consult you. So provide subjects which have a clear focus on essential career pathways to deepen learning by removing unnecessary and obsolete content. We have not found any subject worth removing, but we think that some content really has outlived its usefulness as far as the Ugandan society is concerned. So we have that also as one of the reasons why we need to make sure that this curriculum changes. Also, prepare learners for the different occupations. Now, some of us might be listening to this for the second time because this is not the first time we are consulting. But before we remove anything, we need to make sure that, yes, we consulted at this time, and stakeholders are saying we either remove occupations or we retain them. So, we are proposing that we need to add up an occupation, adopt integrated approach to learning, and introduce school-based assessment. We cannot introduce school-based assessment unless it is deeply entrenched in the framework, such that the framework, we know that this is how learning has been organized, therefore, it is provided for in the framework, but right now it is not there, and emphasize some of the values and things like patriotism through community engagement. Proposed philosophy. Producing a self-reliant, patriotic, and morally upright citizen. Because we cannot, I know we do not have national education philosophy. Someone might ask that question. I know we don't have it. We are still waiting upon the people who are supposed to work on that to share it with us. But we cannot do a major overhaul like this without a guiding philosophy. So for us, we are thinking that as we do this review, can we point to that? Someone who is self-reliant, patriotic, and morally upright citizen. And we are requesting you to give your input on that. And our aim is to produce a national and global citizen that is self-reliant, patriotic, of good character for national development. The national development might not be only when this person is here, but might be when the person is even outside the country. But those are the proposals to which we request for your input. Now, I am getting into the details of the framework. The key learning outcomes. The key learning outcomes that we are proposing for the upper secondary curriculum. 1, a self-reliant individual. When a person has gone through the system and has reached an end of senior 6, can we describe them as people who are self-reliant? Number 2, an individual with leadership skills. Leadership happens at all levels in life. But as we describe our senior 6 graduate, our upper secondary graduate, is this the kind of person with leadership skills? Or we are going to stand for elective politics because we have the certificate? So we need to make sure that the development of leadership skills is intentional through the curriculum. 3, morally upright individual. I think I've already hinted a lot on this. A lifelong learner and a patriotic individual. Such that we start it, we take care. Most of this, by the way, we are building on from lower secondary. It's not that we are starting them from senior 5, but we are building on. So the issue is emphasizing and making sure that we add on to the already given dose. So the tenets or the key principles: equity, ensuring that there are some flexible timelines to support the differentiated learning, such that if you can learn something in 2 years, also me who needs 4 years or 3 years, okay? You be mindful of me and accommodate me in the system. Learner-centeredness, ensuring that the learner is at the heart of the learning process. Character formation, emphasizing the development of values and attitudes, preparing learners to be deeper thinkers, and also encourage community service and national responsibility, but also ensuring holistic learning through classroom and real-life experiences. Right now, the emphasis is only on classroom. So we want to take it to classroom and the community, classroom and real-life experiences. Okay, structure of the upper secondary. It has continued to be senior 5 and senior 6, and learners can complete A-level in a minimum of 2 years. So this has been the case. But we are saying, can we make 2 years a minimum and then a maximum of 4 years? Such that differentiated and flexible timelines comes in to accommodate that. But the question now is, what do the stakeholders think about that idea? We'll hear from you on that. Extended time supports inclusion for all learners. And then, also there are cases where the learner has done 3 principal subjects. And the 3 principal subjects has performed very well in 2 out of 3. If it is competence-based teaching and learning, should this person go back to redo all the 3 if they want to improve their level of competence in 1? How long should the previous scores be valid before we say move on? A number of our students, it's something similar to what happens at higher institutions of learning, whereby learners, if you fail a certain course unit, you do a retake. But now the question is, what do the stakeholders think if we extended that one down to senior 5 and senior 6? So the structure of the curriculum and the curriculum menu, we have basically 3 main blocks. 3 main blocks of subjects. The arrangement adopted is subject-centered but these subjects are grouped. We have the humanities, we have the sciences and mathematics, we have the vocational subjects. Now, there is that center there where we have contemporary studies, occupation, community service learning. Previously, we have been having general paper. General paper, and then recently we added on subsidiary ICT and submath. But the idea is, if you look at contemporary studies, the packaging is the aspects of ICT skills, that general mathematics that is needed by everybody, and the other community-based teaching and learning, or being responsive to the needs of the community, can be taken care of under one subject. Because previously, general paper has been mainly on communication. But if we are preparing learners for life, then there is need to make these contemporary studies central. It is done by everyone, and it is central to this curriculum. Now we have occupation, community service learning. These are not like subjects, so say, per se, no. But they are part of that center that you must engage in community service learning before you exit. You also need to have some kind of occupational assessment. We are not dictating which occupation at this point. So we also need to hear from you on that. Humanities, all these are principal subjects. By the way, one thing I forgot to mention here is that contemporary studies, the idea is to not to keep it as a subsidiary subject, but to lift it up and it becomes a principal subject. So when we go to the subject groupings, these are the humanities that we have always had. But there is one that is having a yellow background. That one is proposed, coming on for the first time. Ugandan Sign Language. Would love to hear from you on that. Then when we go to the next, the sciences and mathematics have remained the way they are. Vocationals. We have ICT. Now, ICT has been a subsidiary subject. But we are saying that in this time and age, we need to start working towards principal ICT, such that when a student is admitted to any of your faculties that teach ICT, you have already done some aspects of minor programming, such that we allow higher institutions of learning to actually deal with the level of rigor that they are supposed to attend to. Because at the moment, you find that you are getting someone into ICT and all other related courses, but the person has never touched even a computer. Then you start from basics, turn on, this is how you access the programs, and so on and so forth. So we are thinking that since the world is moving in that direction, having that as a principal subject will inform what happens at the next level. We have accounting also proposed, physical education also proposed, coming on for the first time. Now the one I had skipped is performing arts, the one with the green highlight. Performing arts, previously we've been having a subject called music. and it is still there as music. But when you look at the subject called music and what is in there, it is basically music. But yet, if this was to be an international conference, we would hire people to come and entertain the delegates, not so? And you find that actually what they are doing is a combination of contemporary, Western, culture, and so on. So the whole idea is to try and respond to the community needs by lifting it up from only focusing on music and actually focusing on Western music to focusing on performing arts, such that they do some elements of drama, they do some elements of music, they also integrate it with cultural music, they integrate it with performance, and so on. That's why that is in green, because it is an integration of what was there, but we are integrating it with other aspects. Central subjects, I said the main one is contemporary studies, then community service learning. I talked about taking it out of the four walls of the classroom, such that we have interaction with the community as part of our learning experience, and also bringing in issues to do with extended essays. Why? At this level, we expect our learners to be writing very good reports. The only challenge is that our system has not exposed them to that kind of learning. So when we expose them, that's that it is a requirement that before you exit, you will have written an extended essay on a topical issue that is happening in the community, and you submit it and it is marked. We are hopeful that many years from now, we shall be getting very good reports courtesy of this kind of training. So course duration, I think I had talked about this. I need now to go to this. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't remember the year, but recently, until recently, we used to have 4 principal subject combinations. When the system changed and we said you are capping the number of principal subjects to 3, we have had all manner of combinations stemming up. You have started smiling because you know it is true. Someone comes and tells you, my combination is he. Then you ask, what is he? He says, history, economics, and entrepreneurship. You're like, okay. But I remember previously we have had combinations. It was either PCM, PM, isn't it? PCB, Hague, Hale, DEG, and others, not so. But now, when you look at the combinations, by the way, all the students who got 20 points at the end of this year were doing which combination? BCM. Isn't it? Most of the students who scored 20 points were doing BCM. Yes, biology, chemistry, and mathematics. Is there something we need to critically analyze in all that? So we are asking a question. How should we guide the formation of combinations? Bearing in mind that we do not want to put emerging knowledge at risk. Bearing in mind that we do not want to disadvantage our learners. Now, another bit of experience. I don't know how many of us have had an experience with international curriculum. But in international curriculum, they have combination, or a way of forming combinations that you can never have a purely science combination or purely humanities combination. If you want to be purely science, you must take a humanity somewhere as a subsidiary. And if you want to do purely humanities, you must take some science somewhere. But for us, we have been having, me, I'm a scientist, isn't it? We are doing purely what? Science. Me, I'm an arts person. And then when this person, sorry to use your name, Mayobi, when Mr. Tukan's son graduates, purely scientist, and then you tell him, now, purely scientist, you're going to be working with these people, these groups, and so on. The person cannot communicate to them. Yet the aspects of communication are with the what? Humanities. The person cannot relate with them, because for us we used to think that actually, thank God for God's haircut, but scientists who were not combing our hair, we believed that that's when you become a serious scientist. Yeah, my combination was PCM. Actually, me, I defied all odds. I did the PCM music. Yes, that was my combination at A level. So we believed that for us, we were set apart by God to behave that way. But when we get out, we find ourselves, we need this humanitarian, okay, to work with the people. We are not social workers, but we need that aspect in order to thrive in the country, in the workplace, in the economy. If you start your own business and you are purely a scientist, but you need some kind of relations. How will you represent your company to go and negotiate a deal? The mathematics will come in, yes, but you need that humanitarian aspect. So, we are here to consult you, colleagues. How should we form our combinations? Right now, we are saying that contemporary studies is a must-have. But you have 2 or 3, now this is also a point of discussion, 2 or 3 subjects. Somewhere we are proposing 2, enough for entry into higher institutions of learning. But some are saying no, 3, so we need to resolve this in our discussion today. Then you have an occupation, and then it takes you to the career path. But this is up for discussion. I would love to hear, what do you think? And how should we go forward? Implementation, focus on experiential learning to promote deeper thinking. I've already said we want to take the student out of the classroom such that learning happens inside and outside. Learners take active control, like it is happening now at lower secondary. We also encourage learners at the higher level to take active control of their learning. Emphasis on work-related skills, including generic skills and real-world experiences. And then the teacher. Now, this is where teacher support will be needed seriously. To guide the teacher on how to work as a facilitator, but it all starts from the framework. And then introduce issues like project-based learning. We have the teaching and learning that promotes discovery, problem solving, use of ICT and case studies, community-based learning to make learners independent thinkers, problem solvers, leaders, skilled for the world of work. So that is the idea behind the teaching and learning methodologies. So time allocation, In the proposed framework, we are saying we keep our lesson at 40 minutes. It has been 40 minutes. We still keep it at 40 minutes, such that if it is a double, it goes for 80 minutes. And then when we try to do some bit of mathematics, we realize that the school time would be from 8 up to 2:55. And a student will have 32 periods for every subject, and in those 32 periods, then we shall have a learner, we shall have 8 periods left out for self-study. Now, with that, Mr. Semakula is telling me something. I have 2 slides. Okay, let me quickly take us through. So these ones, basically, I've already mentioned them, but the idea is to have skill-based criteria-referenced assessment, and then world of work. Also review the end-of-cycle assessment, use diverse methods of teaching and learning. Also introduce school-based assessment at 20%. That is through projects, extended essays, community work, and flexible examination. I have already talked about that. So those are the 2 questions that I am leaving with us. The first question is, what kind of person does Uganda need as a graduate of upper secondary? If you look around, see what is happening, what kind of person is that? And then 2, is the proposed curriculum framework capable of producing that person that Uganda needs? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gilbert Sima. I was about to call you Bukenya again, because there was a famous Gilbert called Bukenya. Thank you so much for that wonderful and amazing presentation, a summary of what is actually proposed in the framework. And as you concluded your presentation, the guest of honor was actually at the entrance, only waiting for that presentation to end, and then we proceed. So ladies and gentlemen, I request that when our chief guest takes a step to get in, we will kindly stand and welcome her. I know that she's getting in very shortly. Yes, but as she plans to get in, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving very well. So far, a number of items on our program covered. We arrived and continue to arrive, and indeed, we shall recognize those who came in later. So here comes our chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, and the chief guest is none other than the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Education and Sports, Dr. Kedres Turiagenda, represented here by Commissioner Juliet Muzora, the substantive commissioner in charge of government secondary education. And I see her accompanied by the spokesperson of the Ministry of Education and Sports, Dr. Dennis Mujimba, and the same team has the director NCDC and the assistant directors of the center. Very much welcome, our dear chief guest. We had been informed that you had been held up briefly, but thank God you are finally here. Ladies and gentlemen, we allow her to take her seat, and we also get back to our own positions. Our dear Permanent Secretary and Chief Guest at this very important national event, where we come to discuss the framework of the A-level curriculum. We are very glad to have you as our chief guest, because we know that at the end of all this discussion, final implementation requires your endorsement. And therefore, you must follow all the steps of discussion. And indeed, I just want to briefly give you a picture of what is happening. We are here, many as we are. Invitation was extended to so many people that matter as far as this subject is concerned. And so among the participants here, our dear PS, we have members of the Education Policy Review Commission, We have commissioners from Ministry of Education. We have vice chancellors from all the invited universities. We have principals, we have academic registers, we have deans. We have colleagues from the National Council for Higher Education. We also have UNEB. We have the Uganda National Teachers Union. We have the National Curriculum Development Center itself. We have Uganda Health Professionals Assessment Board. We have UVTAB, and any other I could have mentioned, I could have forgotten to mention. All of them are here to listen in to what is presented, and thereafter engage in a discussion that will guide the completion of this framework. By the time you came, our dear chief guest, we had actually prayed and sang the anthems and introduced ourselves, and we received a brief remark welcoming us here. But now that you are here, we want to proceed with what is remaining. You just found when we are completing a presentation of the proposed upper secondary school curriculum, and indeed, you may have missed out on the direct presentation, but we know that you've been following, and quite a number of issues have been highlighted around the pillars, the policy framework for this particular one, methodology, and a lot of it. And you arrived at a moment when the presenter had just completed that presentation, and we are just to continue with now a reflection. Having listened in, by the way, the presenter himself was making several questions as he presented. And so he needs some answers from us. But also on our side, having listened in so much, what is it we have picked? And if we have picked it, what is our comment? What is our reflection? What is our question? What is our concern? Because there are also concerns. Are there any lies? Are there any things that can't be, that look so impossible, that look so miraculous? This is actually where we are. But we shall also try to reflect more when we get to the group discussions that are coming shortly. So I want to open it up. Do you remember him asking one of the questions when he told us how the flow is, reducing enrollment up to the top, and he asked, where are the others? Me, I personally know where the others are, but I also know they know. Many girls are into marriage. Others are currently pregnant. Others are into Cheyo in the Middle East. Many others have run to the mines, others in the plantations. You have more on your list. Ladies and gentlemen, the discussion is now open. Let's use the next 15 minutes to make quick highlights of what has come out of the presentation. I am promising that we shall have more time and space when we get to the groups, and we are going to inform you how we are going to group each other for further input. Now, my scare is that majority of us are teachers, and when teachers get to the mic, we have enough things to say. I'm a teacher myself. But also the other scare is that many of us are either college or university lecturers. But I'll just make a very humble request that we just keep it precise and brief for now. So my brother, co-MC, can we have the mic get to the dean over here? This must be Environmental Sciences, Makerere University, if I remember. Let's get those quick comments. And it is very hard to tell a full dean to use 2 minutes, but I have nothing to do.
Thank you so much, moderator and the colleagues. I want to thank Gilbert for the beautiful presentation. He raised quite a number of issues, and I would comment throughout the debate. I will make a few comments. To my colleagues in the university, I think the presentation presents a challenge. It is either solving problems or creating more. When you say you want these people to come into the university when they are at some level of understanding ICT, it means we have to pull our socks at the university to go deeper than we are doing. But also it speaks to the resources and the capacity. So how does this translate into supporting the university? Then the subject, you talked about the subject combination puzzle. We are in the discussion at the university, the concern has been raised that people who do BCM are finding challenges in the medical school. especially some of them who are being admitted to courses like radiography. They don't have the full understanding of physics. I don't know how this came about, and we want to reverse it. The discussions have started. But when you say somebody wants to do medicine, it would be important that he has a good understanding of chemistry, biology, and physics. But now there is a contemporary subject which you want the student to do. It means we are going to our time where we did the 4 principles. Is it necessary? Are we not overloading the student?
Thank you. And finally for now,
we tend to learn, okay, this is a CBC, but we are seeing that actually the teaching is responding to UNEB. Mr. Samakura, I didn't hear you welcome anybody from UNEB in this meeting. Either you forgot to invite them or they are there quietly. The good example is the P7 exam last year. The teachers claim that UNEB changed the setting. And I want to assure you what's happening in primary schools now, they are teaching to respond to what UNEB examined than actually what the curriculum dictates. How are you going to manage that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I like it when the questioner, the person who was making a submission comes up with another long list of questions, but which are very important, which you should either answer from that side or from this side. May I answer mine very immediately? My quick one is that we have UNEB well represented here, and the team leader is Madam.
Just near me here.
Just near you over there.
Madam
and we actually
Josephine.
gave her a mic to introduce herself, and she has had your submission, especially on PLE. And then, yes, I also see the issue of combinations. I've been doing career talks in schools these days to senior 5s. And the dominant combination
is BCM.
Is BCM, because they have seen that is where you can quickly earn
medicine.
Marks first of all, before you even look at which course.
Okay.
Number two.
Here, where
Yes,
I'm
please.
standing. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Sekajugo Derek. I associate with policy. And my observation is on page 29 for what we were given relating to the structure of the curriculum. And my point is on community service versus community engagement. To a layperson, community service, more so in the outside community, they see it as a punishment. I suggest that we take it to be community engagement. If that is the case, then we need to think loud, when should we impose the educants to community engagement?
Sure.
Because this has to be sustainable and collaborative. And when I visited some secondary schools 2 years back, I observed that the projects they do are not so different from what we used to do in our years, 30 years ago, making maths. Do these projects really sustain them after? Can't they do them without going to school? So as they go into this community engagement, they can identify issues, which issues can help them transform themselves and the community. I submit in the interest of time.
Thank you very much. This is Dr. Sekajugo from
Kampala International
Kampala International University. My brother, now I forgot to pick your name, Mr. Dean, for the good of the chief guest. Yes, Dr. Godfrey Kawoya Kubiriza from Makerere University. Where are we now?
Here.
Yes. Let's just follow the precedent set of 1.5 minutes.
Thank you
because
so
that's
much.
what I've calculated so far.
Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Moses Lukwago, Dean School of Education, Bugema University. I have 2 questions. One, what is government or NCDC doing to prepare upper secondary schools, especially teachers, for this curriculum? Because there are many programs that come when they would be implementers, have not been prepared and trained. I don't know at what level will they come in.
That is number 1.
2, again, what plans does NCDC or government have in place to train political leaders to be role models especially in areas to do with patriotism, because as the Baganda say, enyonyi enkulu yeyigiriza ento okubuuka. If our political leaders are not patriotic as seen in the areas of corruption and so on, then these programs may not easily be implemented. At what level are we going to have these people also responsible for? Thank you so much. I think
thank you, Dr. Lukwago.
Thank you so much. God bless you.
Yes, and I know that as we progress, we need to reduce more on the questions and give more of the opinions to improve. But we like those questions also because they inform where we are heading.
Thank you very much. I am Nwajara Bernard from Uganda College of Commerce, Kabale. I would wish that this review framework also throws some light on equating USCE because there is a lot of vagueness, and we believe that if something is talked about, considering those who take different career paths after senior 4, at what point will they be considered to have really an equivalent of senior 6? Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I hear a female voice?
Here. Here.
Let me hear the first female voice, then we shall proceed.
Thank you, MC. Thank you, the presenter, Gilbert, and for the team that has worked on this framework. One, I'm very happy for the emphasis on lifelong learning. I'm a lifelong learning enthusiast. And this is very critical because I think most of the challenges we've been facing, I think, in our education is that we are always looking at grades vis-a-vis what actually we are trying to see the graduate or that candidate achieve that can help them in life. The questions around statistics and where these people are going, we know where these people are. They are in the other pathways of education. And indeed, the question that he has put, that how have they gone there? Do they have the right skills? Do they have the right competencies actually to go about their lives? I think is critical, and I think what you're proposing is going to help us. Two, I'm happy about the introduction of Ugandan Sign Language. I represent the constituency in special needs education. I'm currently Dean Faculty of Special Needs Education and Rehabilitation at Chambogo University. So we welcome this because this is a very, very, very critical area, as we know that most of our learners with special needs, especially those with hearing impairment, are largely excluded not only in schools but also in the community because it's hard to communicate to them. So building capacity around Ugandan Sign Language is very, very critical, and I welcome the idea, and I'm sure, I'm really lobbying the colleagues here that we can adopt it in this new curriculum.
Thank you very much, Doctor. May we also know your sign name?
The sign name. That one we may need to see it.
You can hold that mic for her.
They signed my name with my...
Oh, okay. She signs her name.
And every time they sign the name, it has a meaning.
Sure.
Should we have the last person?
For now, let's pick some quick 3.
Okay.
Pick
First
that one, then we return to the lady over here. Then the detail will come in the group work.
Thank you very much. I ride on the protocol radio observe. My name is Omo Francis, Principal Arua Technical Institute Ragem. On page 29, I would like to propose, because we have mentioned ICT everywhere, would it be also prudent that they introduce basic ICT so that the understanding is more clearer for the learners? Then 2, the project-based learning. Would it be not also good enough to have basic technology introduced in this project-based learning? And then the 3rd one, there was a question is where do the others go?
You are asking but also proposing.
Yes. The 3rd was the question was where do the others go after the PLE? 1, at the TVET institutions we admit the P7 leavers.
Yes.
We also have quite a number of them. Then after senior 4 we also admit quite a number. Then added with the other ones you have talked about, I think that is where the others go. Thank you very much.
Yes, but we also have those who are actually getting into the presidential skilling hubs and many other venues of that kind. Let's have the last 2 for now. Him and Yonatu, and then the others. Adoredala. Okay, him, Unatu, and the doctor over here.
Okay.
Just make it sweet and brief.
Thank you so much, Mr. MC. Mine is an upload. First of all, I'm Masi Chitimbo Asiku from Faculty of Engineering, Chambogo University. Thank you so much, Mr. Sima, for the presentation. Like I said, it's an upload. I'm really happy with the fact that we need to combine the scientists to learn something in the arts. Why? Currently, we are going into IP sensitization, that is intellectual property. And for us innovators or researchers, they are encouraging us to not only stop in the lab or publication, but also take our innovations to the market, that is commercializing innovation. But you come to realize that since we are purely scientists, we don't know anything about commerce, about entrepreneurship, so you really can't tell the value of your innovation. But when we incorporate the side of arts or entrepreneurship to the scientist, the person doing the pure science at A level, I think that is good. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, and I think that will also be in line with the, what bill is that one they have just discussed in Parliament concerning innovators, the creative, corporate, yes. Finally, Unatu and the doctor here, just a minute for each. We're not doing well on time, and I know that the Unatu colleague is very good at summary.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I want to take this opportunity to thank the presenter for the comprehensive report and presentation. I have two comments. Once again, I'm Philip Unatu, Deputy General Secretary. I have two comments. One, based on what happened with the lower secondary school curriculum challenges, I want to advise that we need to prepare for this adequately. Because if you go back to what happened even right now, if we take the statistics of teachers who are trained in the lower secondary school curriculum, you find it's at 30% out of 100. So how prepared are we in order to go back to the other past?
Sure. Concern number two?
Two, is about a comment that was raised by Dr. Godfrey. It's good that we have UNEB and NCDC here. Currently, what's going on in the primary level education is that there is a mismatch. And I think it's a concern. One time I went to attend a parents' meeting in one of the schools. One of the issues that came out clearly is that the issue of the competence-based curriculum is being applied at the setting. But right now, what is being taught is knowledge-based. And therefore, I think that's a very serious issue that the Ministry of Education must superintend on it. Because now, teachers are busy emphasizing on the issue based on the content given by NCDC. Now UNESCO is now saying we go to competence-based, and yet the primary curriculum is being reviewed. So we need to have that. That's why you see, if from 2023 to last year, you see there is a variation in what? Performance.
Thank you very much.
So we
have more space to raise more issues. Finally, Doctor over here. And then we get to the high table for the opening ceremony.
Thank you very much. Protocol observed. Dr. Kisuvi Esther, Dean School of Law, Kampala International University. I thank the presenter who presented for us this proposed syllabus curriculum for upper secondary. Now, at one point, he said that we are reviewing this curriculum such that we guide the students to what they want to be. Now, for me, I'm talking from the side of law. If you look at all the subject combinations that we do, there is no law done anywhere. And we had challenges when you're admitted first year to do law, all the courses, everything is new. Now, there's somewhere where he said that this review is guided by the policies in the country. If you look at the Constitution of Uganda, Article 5, it calls upon government to ensure that sensitization of the Constitution. So my advice that can we incorporate the Constitution from the lower level, actually from primary up to the higher level, such that whoever wants to do law has some knowledge, because the Constitution is the foundation of all the laws. So it can help us. And then I'll re-echo my voice also on the subject combination. We should not count on the grading system that the cutoff point. If you get 15 points, 20 points, you come to do law. Previously, we used to do combinations. We knew that if you do hair, leg, head, you're going for law. But now we have me, someone is doing Luganda, Swahili, and Nyakitula wants to come and do law because you got 20 points. No.
Thank you very much, Professor.
I love that.
Those of us who did Luganda and other subjects, we have an issue with you because we also know that the legal sector needs all of us. The legal sector needs experts in biology to interpret those legal issues on biology, in chemistry and everything. So we have another way with you when we get to the general discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, that was only to engage you because we came to engage after listening in. But we are going to have more time to really make submissions. Around this time, we have just received our chief guest. And before the chief guest addresses us, the director NCDC will address us. But I wanted to find out if the spokesperson of the ministry has a quick comment so that we don't lose his voice. We don't lose his voice, and I know he's been very active on this discussion of the new curriculum.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. Madam PS, represented by Commissioner, Government Secondary, the Director, NCDC, members and stakeholders who have been invited to this forum. Thank you for responding, and NCDC for the transformational work and position you take in this education system. I was deeply engaged with the review of the lower secondary curriculum, and I learned a lot from the process, the product. I'm learning a lot from the implementation, and I'm learning a lot from the feedback that we are getting from both the learners, the parents, but also the communities these schools are. I think the question, Madam PS, that needs to be answered is always to begin with why. Why does anyone need to study A-level? If you answer the why, then you'll answer the what should be taught in A-level. So the NCDC needs to convince us as the lay person that I actually need to go to A-level. Is it necessary? Why can't I stop at O-level? What is the relevance of studying A-level? Why should I spend 2 years in A-level? So NCDC needs to convince us as lay people why we should even spend time designing a curriculum for A-level. Number 2, we need to be convinced by the NCDC on why there is need to change. Why should we align with the O-level curriculum? Because this is A-level, the other one is ordinary. Why should we align? But knowing that A-level is not the end, there is another level above it, I'm intrigued in knowing how the A-level curriculum proposals are aligning with the higher education. because you don't align just one way, you have to align both ways. So, it would be good if the NCDC convinced us about the trends in higher education that warrant a review of the A-level curriculum. Because if the justification is simply to align with O-level curriculum, then that may just be half of the debate. Madam PS, if we assume, and this is an assumption, if we assume that A-level is relevant and necessary level of education, we need also to think, should everyone be expected to join A-level or not? What are the trends in other countries? Because, Madam PS, before you came, there was a slide which was shown where we saw the transition from O-level to A-level. The numbers keep on dropping. True, they are dropping, but we need to answer the question, should we expect everyone who has completed O-level to go to A-level? So, if the few who want to go to A-level have gone to A-level have joined, what do we expect of them that is different? And that takes us back to the why. Assume that the purpose of A-level is to provide in-depth subject specialization, foster critical thinking, and research skills as you prepare a learner to join higher education. The outcomes that are being proposed, the values that are being proposed, do they contribute to making the A-level student a critical thinker, an analytical thinker, an independent researcher? I think those are questions that we need to ask ourselves. And Madam PS, we also need to ask the question, we do not yet know of any education level that is a bridge between secondary education and higher education. The only bridge we know is A-level. We do not yet know of any bridge between higher education and secondary education other than A-level education. So, if A-level education is a bridge, I've had someone here, I think, who is an engineer or from the engineering departments or institutions. How strong should this bridge be so that it carries the weight to take people to where they're supposed to be? Because they are going to higher education. Madam PS, when it comes to contribution to GDP within the education system, higher education contributes the largest proportion to GDP in any education system in any country in the world. But yet the people who go there are the few out of the entire transition in the different levels of the education system. So the question is, what do we want to expose this learner who is crossing the bridge into higher education to do and to be, to contribute immensely to GDP of a country? Because that is the game changer, Madam PS. Otherwise, if we send a learner across this bridge to go into a sector that is expected to be the greatest contributor to national GDP within education, but this person is still having the thinking of O level, then we need to ask ourselves, what are we feeding in this learner so that they can become what we want them to be? Madam Chair, I listened to the presentation, and I'd like to expose the audience to a paper by the, I think it was the British Council. This paper, we came across it when we were working on the revised O-level curriculum. It is called Languages of the Future. Madam PS, as you are aware, the Ministry of Education and Sports is the lead in preparing the country for AFCON 2027. We are expecting people from different language domains. Madam PS, we experienced it with Chan last year. This country has a shortage of people who know foreign languages. Even the commonest foreign language within our area called French. Madam PS, we need to ask ourselves, how are we preparing our learners through the education system to become globally competitive even when they reside in Uganda? We need to think of talent mobility, and we need to ask ourselves, is this A-level curriculum we want to review or the proposals we have on table making learners globally mobile with their talent or not? Then languages are the medium for business. Madam Chair, if you look at our statistics, we don't trade with South America. And one of the reasons we don't trade with South America is not because of geography, but it's because of language. There is limited trade with Northern Africa, not because of geography, but because of language. How are we preparing our learners who are going to use this A-level curriculum to live in a world where they have to communicate beyond the local languages and the official language of the country? That is beyond Kiswahili, beyond English. Madam PS, the MC said people are asking more questions than providing solutions. But I think debates are one at asking questions. And the purpose why the NCDC is there is to find answers to those questions. Madam PS, the other issue that NCDC needs to think through is how do we mitigate against early specialization? And the presenter here painted the dilemma of we are raising some students to be or identify themselves as scientists, others as humanities specialists. But this is A-level. Madam Chair, I personally, after completing O-level at Intare School, I happened to go and study in the International Baccalaureate or IB curriculum system. We had what was called the advanced levels, and subsidiary levels. You were expected to come out of the system as an all-rounded person. You specialize in higher education. So the NCDC needs to benchmark and see whether the trajectory of the past or present is the best to maintain as we reform the curriculum for A-level, or we want to have all-rounded learners who can take the best of either world to make them better in what they are pursuing. I studied English subsidiary at A-level, or for IB, I studied Spanish. I actually did the extended essay that Mr. Sima was talking about. But all this exposed us to a different way of thinking. By the time we finished and were applying for university, I was reasoning differently. And I saw it when I was interacting with my colleagues who only studied A-level, PCB, pure. So when you think of the world where we are, how are we aligning curriculum reforms to make the learner live in the world where they are headed, not where we used to be? Are we designing for the future or the present? Chair, we need to make the learner be relevant to the local context, but have an outward outlook. Be relevant to your community, but have an outward outlook. When we were revising the lower secondary curriculum, His Excellency the President guided that let us not make Uganda an island because we are within the East African community. So I challenge the NCDC to benchmark and hear what are the reforms going on within the ESC. Lastly, Chair, there is a suggestion in this document. It's on page, it was feedback from one of the universities. It's on page 34. Page 34, number 1. One of the universities recommended that accounting be merged with entrepreneurship to create a new subject called business studies. Madam PS, as we get into reforming the A-level curriculum, we need to guard against splintering of subjects. In other words, let us merge where possible to create standard composite subjects that hold something. The universities had also gone that way, and I think some of them also started merging some programs because you are beginning to have degrees in course modules at university. Madam PS, I would recommend that even the proposed subject menu of 24 be keenly looked at, and where subjects can be merged, create a composite subject that holds water, not splintering. Because it has a cost. You have to train the teachers, you have to train, get the textbooks, you have everything. And the final word I have for the NCDC, Madam Chair, we are all parents here, but there is something about talking to parents who are not necessarily teachers going to use the curriculum. The First Lady and Minister of Education and Sports put together a group of parents to review the curriculum framework and the syllabi in the revised lower secondary curriculum. And when we looked at what they had provided as feedback, they brought a dimension that none of us, the technical people, had thought about. I recommend to NCDC that you find parents who are not necessarily teachers, who simply send their learners to school to study. Tell them what you are planning with this A-level curriculum. Let them give feedback in this space. I submit.
Wow, very, very useful submissions. Thank you very much. Any other OBs of Ontari? Okay, so you associate with Dr. Mjimba here. Any OGs, by the way, of Ontari? Are you sure? Are you sure? OG, Ontari, by association maybe. I sometime back told people I'm an old boy of Trinity College, Nabingo, and they said no. But I used to do some work there sometimes, so I associate with the school. So thank you so much, Dr. Dennis Mujimba. He is a medical doctor who has a broader perspective of the world, and you could feel it from how he was submitting. We now want to move into the opening, the welcome remarks, the official welcome remarks now from, and not yet. And then, okay, in the interest of time, she seems to indicate that what she said earlier is good enough. But I'm waiting, or she wants to make some comments first and then proceed. As I listened in to Dr. Mjimba, I remember the person who was asked, how far did you go with your education? And he said, I didn't go very far. My school was behind our home. Can you imagine that kind of answer? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the guidance is that she makes some quick comments and then welcomes us here and then finally welcomes the chief guest to talk to us. But I also want to request that you support me in introducing the other people at the high table. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director of Program. By introducing the other people on the table requires that maybe I stand so that I don't sit and get swallowed up in the other people. Our chief guest, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Education and Sports, represented by the Commissioner, Secondary Education Government, our spokesperson, Minister of Education and Sports, colleagues, our distinguished guests in your different capacities, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. I don't want to repeat my remarks, but I want to thank you, Madam Permanent Secretary, for honoring our invitation, despite your busy schedule, to come and officiate this function by opening it. We thank you so much for the support you have given to the sector, but also to the National Curriculum Development Center. We want to request that when you get back, Madam Commissioner, now representing our PS, you deliver our appreciation to the Permanent Secretary, but also to our Honorable Minister of Education and Sports. The Honorable Minister of Education and Sports, like I indicated in the morning, has been very supportive of the curriculum reforms. I don't want to go into the history, but at one point, we had almost hit a bottom rock, a rock. And she had to come through, and she has always supported us. She has always ensured that we have the required resources, and even up to now, she's still in support of what we are doing. And we want to kindly request you, Madam PS, to register our appreciation to her, that we are very, very grateful. Madam PS, while you were away, we gave the official opening remarks, and I don't want to repeat them because they say, in Luganda there is a saying, I'm not a Muganda, but akudira muchi, muluyimba, taluomia. Thank you. So I don't want to kudda muluyimba, but let me do one function that have been requested by the director of the program, that is to introduce the people on the high table. I will start with the chief guest. The chief guest is by the names of Madame Juliet Muzora, representing the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Education and Sports, but she's substantively our commissioner for secondary education government. You're welcome, Madam. Thank you. We have the spokesperson of the Ministry of Education and Sports, Dr. Dennis Mujimba. Dr. Dennis Mujimba is a doctor, medical doctor, but you can hear him speak about educational matters and you may start wondering whether he did education. You're welcome, doctor. But he's also the technical advisor to the Honorable Minister of Education and Sports. We want to thank you so much for gracing this occasion. We want to also thank you for the insightful questions and issues you have raised, and we commit that we shall reflect on them, and I'm sure that we shall be able to guide the country in the right direction. I also want to introduce the Commissioner, Instructional Materials Unit, Ministry of Education and Sports, Mr. Simon Peter Tukey. Mr. Simon Peter Tukey is on my right. When we develop curricula, we are expected to also have instructional materials that support the implementation of that curriculum. And Mr. Simon Tukey here is like our next point of interaction. That's why we want to thank you again for being here with us this morning. And on my far left, I have my colleagues with whom we work at the top management of the center. Dr. Richard Irumba, he is the Deputy Director in charge of Research, Consultancy, and Library Services at the National Curriculum Development Center. Dr. Irumba, you're welcome. And then we have at the far left, Dr. Patrice Sembirige, who is the Deputy Director in charge of Curriculum Review and Instructional Materials Development at the NCDC. Thank you. And of course, I have already introduced myself, and each one of you knows who I am. I wanted to comment on just a few because I don't want to take the time of the chief guest, just to highlight a few issues. I know we have taken note of the issues raised by the technical advisor to the Honorable Minister of Education and Sports, Dr. Mjimba, and we shall reflect on them. I know one of the key issues you have guided that we need to critically analyze the curriculum menu and identify those subjects that we think can be merged to avoid compartmentalization of knowledge. We have taken note of that and we shall definitely do that. The issue of benchmarking with sister institutions in the region, we have done that. We went to Kenya, we have had an opportunity to interact with Rwanda. We not formally but informally interacted with some members of the Curriculum Development Center in Tanzania. But funds allowing, we shall continue interacting. And we have tried to borrow best practices. They also visited us at some point in time. But of course, curriculum development is an ongoing process. And every day when new things come on board, you think through them, and if you think they are worth adopting, you do adopt them. So it is a continuous process. The issue of engagement is not a one-off. We shall continue interacting. We have them in our, we communicate with them on a daily. We shall continue finding out from them what they are changing, how it has worked, and we see if it can also work for us. So we are not working in isolation. We are actually working within the East African curriculum framework. The issue of training our learners to be relevant to the community, we have taken care of that. The issue of having a global outlook, issue of languages. Of course, there are many languages, and sometimes we may not bring on board all the languages, but we try to look at those that we thought were most sought after in this era. So we brought Chinese on board. We brought Arabic on board because of the migration of our citizens to the Arab area. Of course, we have French and Germany, which have been traditionally here, and then we have Latin. But all these interventions are very good, but at the bottom of it is that we must have the resources, not only the money, but also the human resources and other attendant resources for us to effectively bring on board all that we need. Then the benchmarking, we will continue doing that. How do we mitigate against early specialization? Yes, that's why, colleagues, you're here. What we have presented to you, our position. Curriculum development can never be complete and successful without stakeholder engagements. We are counting on you to give us ideas. Should we start early specialization at that level? And if so, of what benefit, what addition? And if not, what can we do? And that is the essence of this interaction. Curriculum cannot be developed by only the curriculum specialists. A good curriculum must be developed with stakeholder engagement, because stakeholders are key in this process. And we are counting on you to give us guidance on how to move forward. I've talked about the issue of languages, languages of the future, higher education proportion to GDP. Okay. The only model we know is A-level, the bridging. I know that there are those models of where you have a bridging course from S4 to S6. But I know for sure that the advanced level helps these learners to have deeper analysis of issues. At O-level, it is basic level. And as you hear the word basic, it's basic education. So basically, the learner is being given a broad spectrum of issues at a basic level. And here we are looking at 12 subjects right now as per our curriculum that's running at the lower secondary level. And those 12 subjects, the learner is trying to find themselves because they've come from primary level. They were offering the 10 subjects on the menu, but we know for sure that those that are effectively implemented are 5. And then they get into secondary level. And at secondary level, they are still trying to find their niche, to find where their core competencies are. And therefore, it wouldn't be, in my view, wise that at a time when I'm still trying to discover who I am and what I'm capable of, I'm now told to determine where I want to go. So this level helps this learner to, by the time the learner transits to senior 4, at that level, this learner now has an idea of where their core competencies are, but also is now going to focus on those areas that they think they are the areas where they think they have the core competencies, and they do a little bit of deeper learning as they transit to the higher education level. So we as NCDC still believe that the advanced level is very, very important. And not to undermine anything, but I know that for most of us who have had an opportunity to study elsewhere with other people who did not go to HSC, you have always noticed that there is, you have an upper edge, you have an upper hand because of the rigor you go through at the advanced level. And when we talk of quality, I think we still need to maintain the advanced level to ensure that our students are very, very competitive. Most of the Ugandans who leave Uganda to go abroad in terms of academics are very competitive. And one of the reasons is because of the rigor we go through at the advanced level. So we think that we still need that level because it will help us to develop the students to have a deep analysis, to be critical thinkers. Critical thinking is nurtured. It's not just learned, it's nurtured. So we are talking about methodologies that should help these students to be nurtured as critical thinkers, logical thinkers, to go beyond looking at just the surface and critically analyze. But that now comes in the pedagogies and how we will be packaging the learning experiences. And of course, research, that's a given for that level. Forms of the specific areas of interest, A-level to O-level, trends in higher education. We have considered the trends in higher education. And I know that there are countries that did not have A-level, and now they are trying to see how they can introduce A-level. So when you're doing curriculum, you must always benchmark, and we always benchmark. We look out for what is happening in sub-Saharan Africa, we look out for what is happening globally, and we see how we can adopt the best practices. There was a comment on primary that National Curriculum Development Center develops the curriculum and UNEB implements a different thing. I want to say that that is not true. Colleagues, if you may recall, when the manager secondary was here, he categorically indicated that the NCDC started by turning the ECD or the pre-primary curriculum into a competence-based curriculum. We then went to the primary curriculum. Now, the problem is not the curriculum. Actually, if you go on our website and you look at the curriculum of primary, it is actually competence-based. But the problem was with the implementation. Our teachers focus on passing exams. And therefore, they are taking these learners through drills of question, answer, question, past papers. We even have examination bureaus. I don't know when we got to that level anyway, but there are people who are making money out of this, and they have lost it. And for us, when we package the curriculum, we are saying we want the children to learn. We don't even believe in such tests. We are believing in assessment for learning, which is formative, because our aim is to see that our children learn. Now, when we go into implementation, because people are looking at the grades, the fours, which is actually killing our generations to come, because the children are no longer even enjoying studying. All the time they are in the classroom just to pass exams, because people think that when you get a 4, then it is an indicator of learning, which is actually not true. And so because of the challenge of implementing the curriculum in the wrong way, there is no alignment between the prescribed curriculum, the implemented curriculum, and the assessed curriculum. And because of that misalignment between implementation and assessment, and also implementation and prescribed, we are having challenges. But the UNEB follows the assessment guidelines issued by NCDC. And they were assessing the curriculum using the competence-based approach, because the curriculum is competence-based. I want to encourage you to look out for the curriculum. It is competence-based, but it is the implementation. So it's not true that UNEB assessed a curriculum that was not developed by NCDC. And when we talk of competence-based, we are saying we want the children to apply what has been learned in the form of knowledge and skills, both soft and hard, in their everyday life. So the question is, UNEB sets These days are questions of application. But the teachers are teaching children things of cram work. So we need now to look at the whole system and ensure that we are aligned. And if we can have a systemic approach, I believe we shall get over that. And you, the parents, help us, because these teachers who are looking for grades are killing our children. The children have no time to rest, to breathe. They don't study. Actually, they don't learn. They are just singing songs, but in form of learning. The boy is doing this and that. They are not learning. They wake up at 4. They start studying at 4:30. They end at 9:30. They are not given even the right to live. That's why we are even maybe having a lot of suicide cases and depression and anxiety. But that's another discussion for another day. So the issue of alignment of the curriculum, I thought that I needed to talk about that, because I think that it would be misleading for this forum to take it that UNEB was assessing a curriculum that was not prescribed. I may not respond to all the others. We have a session where we are going to have further, deeper discussions. And when we get to those sessions, we want to request that each one of us thinks outside the box and makes proposals. We are here to get solutions. The questions are good, but let us put our heads together and we see how we can get solutions, so that at the end of the day, we have a framework that will meet the needs of our society. And without taking much more time, I want now to ask the members to join me to welcome our chief guest, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education and Sports, to officially open this workshop. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and just to inform you as we get to listen to the chief guest that we also have a honorable member of parliament in our midst, and is a member of the Education and Sports Committee, Honorable Nathan Itungo. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, Director NCDC. The honorable members of parliament in this room, the university chancellors and university dons, the director, National Curriculum Development Center, together with your team, the technical advisor to Mama, the First Lady and Minister of Education and Sports, who is technical advisor to the minister and who also doubles as our spokesperson of the Ministry of Education and Sports. The UNITE family that is in the house, UNEB, UNATU, ASHU, the media in the house, colleagues from the Ministry of Education and Sports, the head office. Ladies and gentlemen, before I go to the written print, I would like to make a few observations regarding the feedback that we got through the questions, the comments. There was something mentioned about the combinations, and that was mentioned by the professor from Makerere University. Currently, for NCDC and UNEB to note, and all of us as educationalists to note, there is a trend for our learners who are focusing at medicine as a profession, who have opted instead for BCM as a combination. And recently there was a study by Makerere University. The team was looking at why this performance in the recent past, specifically in biology, and then also looking at where does this biology lead these children, these students to after senior 6? But there was concern about the prevalence of students admitted for medicine whose combination does not have physics as a requirement, and yet they have to manipulate the medical equipment. They have to manipulate, to apply the knowledge of physics as they do the profession. So I would like to bring it to your attention and to the attention of UNEP that we need to take note and we need to be intentional to ensure that as we do the review of the curriculum, especially for this level that is a bridge between secondary and tertiary, we also need to be specifically interested in what quality of students are we handing over to the different courses at university and in tertiary. Then too, I would also like to bring to your attention NCDC and specifically to thank you for the reviews that you have done focusing our education to competence-based education, right from basic now to upper secondary education. And universities are also preparing, they've already embarked on the competence-based education as guided by National Council for Higher Education and the Minister, and we are very, very proud of that. But I would like to call upon NCDC to critically consider the lessons learned, especially as the review for LSCBC was done, the rollout, the implementation, and the stages of transition, you know, the denial stage for that, you know, teachers and the implementers, until we got on and everybody now is on board. So I'm glad that the turn-up is such a big turn-up, but we need to be intentional and tighten on where we have the good lessons learned, and also tighten up and see how can we mitigate where the lessons were not good. I would also like to make an observation that all this is shooting into our priorities as a nation, and also our vision, which I know all of us know we are supposed to work to move from peasantry, economy, and society to a middle income society. And that can only be if we emphasize on competencies, on right values, right attitude, and hands-on education. I would like to mention that all this ends up with application. And in the recent released UCE exams, we saw that most of the performance was hinged on application. Does this learner know how to apply this that they have learned and get the skill and the right competence and the values? So with that mentioned, I also was happy to note from the submission of the technical advisor that consultation is good, and thank you NCDC for this, but also in addition to bringing parents on board, I would like to make an observation that with the experience of the LSCBC, we could bring the children on board as well, because we have the first cohort of the LSCBC at senior 5 now in secondary schools. S6 now, thank you. Those who didn't take the alternative career paths. And with our ears on the ground, there is a lot coming on, especially in this transitional curriculum, the one that is being used with them, and especially in the area of science. And also where subjects that initially had 3 subject papers, now they are supposed to be 2 and all that transitional experience. So I would like to propose to UNCDC that these learners, either of the old curriculum and more so of the curriculum that we had, the LSCBC, have something that they can bring on table that can be informative, and we can pick something that can help us as we do as we go through this framework. Colleagues, after all that, allow me now go into the shoes of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education and Sports, and deliver her message to the House. Good afternoon to you all, ladies and gentlemen. I'm greatly honored to preside over this very important national stakeholder consultative workshop on the proposed upper secondary curriculum framework. As you're aware, universities and tertiary institutions are the recipients of products of the secondary education, and therefore, your active participation in this engagement is critical. The decisions made with regard to secondary education directly impacts the learning that takes place at universities and higher institutions of learning. And I will report that universities were greatly represented here. So your presence and contribution in these discussions have great implications for the success of the upper secondary curriculum review. Ladies and gentlemen, a curriculum is at the heart of the teaching learning process and has been reviewed by some scholars. Reference is made to the study by De Koning 2008 as being the center of daily life and the responsibility of all stakeholders in the society as a whole. Any curriculum development process, therefore, cannot be efficient without the involvement of the stakeholders. According to UNESCO 2009, contemporary curriculum development process involves public discussions and consultations with a range of stakeholders aimed at progressively evolving into a topic of debate. And this debate engages policymakers, curriculum experts, practitioners, and society at large. UNESCO 2005 further urges government to always prioritize participation of stakeholders in the curriculum development processes. Your participation, therefore, in this discussion is very, very critical, as highlighted, because such engagements provide opportunities for teachers, for lecturers, for educationalists to work together, share ideas, jointly solve problems, cooperate to create material, and to greatly enhance the probability of success in curriculum implementation. Colleagues in education, the increased dynamism across all spheres of life, the world of work, increased globalization and liberalization of the economy, diversity, interconnectedness of societies, cross-border movements, international competition, changing markets, transactional, environmental, and political challenges, coupled with rapid technological changes, pose a challenge to individuals and societies alike. I would like to mention here that the world is now a global village. As we look at quality, as we do the review of this curriculum, quality should be ensured, but also competitiveness at the global stage should be emphasized. In response to these trends, education systems world over have also developed frameworks with increased emphasis on developing the skills, application of knowledge, and nurturing values and attitudes necessary for success in the 21st century. Therefore, we too as Ugandans need to support learners to acquire competencies that will place them in a competitive position globally. The development of the curriculum framework is the starting point in this process. Therefore, I call upon each one of you to be mindful of the issues mentioned earlier as we go on with the discussion today and even after today, because like the director mentioned, and I think also like the technical advisor mentioned, curriculum review process continues to be an ongoing process. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you're aware that the government of Uganda subscribed to the SDGs. The Ministry of Education and Sports remains committed to SDG 4 that fosters quality and inclusive education for all. And we add sports, quality education, training, and sports for all. As articulated in Vision 2040, government continues to prioritize the review of curricular, assessment systems, and instructional approaches to ensure responsiveness of the education system to national development goals, labor market demands, and the global agenda on the education. In addition, the National Development Plan 4 emphasizes enhancing human capital development as one of its broad goals. In line with the above, the Ministry of Education and Sports through NCDC embarked on the curriculum reform process across all levels with the aim of moving away from a knowledge-based teacher-centered curriculum to a competence-based learner-centered curriculum with emphasis, which emphasizes what the learner can do. The aim is to ensure that our graduates are not only knowledgeable, but also adaptable, innovative, and equipped to meet the evolving demands of the 21st century. It is therefore my expectation that this review process will result into a balanced curriculum that integrates theory with practice and prepares learners for higher education, employment, and entrepreneurship. On behalf of the Ministry of Education and Sports, I would like to thank you, NCDC, for organizing this important engagement. I would like to applaud you for the mobilization because the key stakeholders are here represented. As a reminder, the National Council for Higher Education instructed universities to revise their programs to make them competence-based, ready for implementation, starting in the academic year 2027-28, 27-28. Therefore, I call upon all universities to align their curricula to the competence-based secondary curriculum to allow learners to have a seamless transition and continuity at learning. I appreciate the universities that have sent representatives to participate in this engagement and appeal to all of you to actively contribute to this dialogue, as the resolutions of this engagement will contribute greatly to the successful implementation of this curriculum. The Ministry of Education and Sports pledges its full support to the development and implementation of the reviewed upper secondary curriculum. And I would like to thank you, Director, with your team for appreciating the support of the Minister. But I would also like to thank and applaud the Committee on Education represented here by Honorable Itungo, for the support, for the great support that they have done towards the review of the curricula across the board. We thank you and we depend on you for the success of this engagement as well. So, the Ministry of Education and Sports pledges its full support to the development and implementation of the reviewed upper secondary curriculum, and I call upon all key stakeholders to work together for the good of the children of our country. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to once again thank you for coming in such a big and encouraging number. They say where there is a will, there is a way. And this shows that we all interpret the significance of education, because education is the face of the nation. I would like to thank you once again. I would like to thank our minister for the vision. I would like to thank the Parliament. And now I take this opportunity to gladly, officially declare this meeting open for God and my country. Thank you.
Asante sana. Yongeza tena. Na nguvu sana. Thank you so much, our dear chief guest, for a job very well done. Michael MC, what is our plan after listening to the sweet words from our permanent secretary? Otherwise, I would only like to announce that more members from the Ministry of Education actually came up. Mr. Dungu from Government Secondary, can you just wave to us as you stand so we see you? Thank you.
Most welcome, Mr. Dungu.
Christine from Health Education and Training Department.
You are most welcome. Let's welcome them.
Thank you.
Colleagues.
My sister Jane from University Education and Training Department.
Where you belong, right?
Where I belong also. And then my brother Peter from the department in charge of admissions, scholarships and students affairs. And many are still coming because the day is still on. Now we listen to you, Mr. Tibamanya.
Thank you so much, Sebo. And thank you so much, our dear guests and the director for those remarks. Dear colleagues, we will go for lunch. But before we go, allow me have this communication reach you. After lunch, we'll go into our groups and have a discussion. But this is how we shall do it. We shall use a simple method, randomization by letter tags. Okay? We'll have 4 groups, and they will be distributed in two ways. 2 groups shall remain here, and the other 2 groups shall go to the next room. Just as you move out, on your right, the hall is called Mongolia. It is tagged number 11. So we can do it very fast. You just mention letters from A up to D, and then repeat from A once more. The letter that is tagged on you, that's the group you'll go to. And group A and B shall remain here, and then C and D shall go to that next room. So we can do it very fast, beginning here and we'll move. And then we can also begin from behind there. I hope it will be very easy for us to do. The letter tag that comes, for example, A, B, C, D. Okay? Again, A, B, C. So you'll mention it, okay? To make it very easy for us. So automatically I know he's A, B, C, D. A, B, C, D. Like that. When we reach there, we move just like that. Let's do it. Let's do it. Same case here. All of us will go to one of these groups, okay? Everyone. Thank you so much. And thereafter, let's do it, please.
It is you to show them how to do it.
Oh,
so
Okay.
A.
B.
I thought it was very easy.
C.
D.
A.
B.
Please
C.
mark your tag.
A.
B.
C.
D.
A.
B.
C.
D.
A. B.
C. D. A.
B. C.
D.
A. B.
C.
D.
Please mark your letter. Mark your letter.
B. Busolozi.
C.
For
C.
Japheth.
Please don't mention the name. Let's move. Let's move.
C.
C. D.
B.
D.
B.
D. D. D.
B. B.
D.
B. Bagumisters.
No. It's not about your name. Sorry, colleagues. Please don't mention your name. It's not about the name. It's the order, okay? So you are D. Please, let's move. A. B.
C.
A. D. D.
A.
B.
C. D. D. Yes, please. A.
B.
C. D.
Okay.
A.
Yes.
A.
B. C.
D. Thank you so much.
As you have mentioned. A.
B.
B is this microphone.
C. D.
Then A.
Important for us, and I think I have done it.
We have only not told them which amount of time they have for that discussion.
Oh, yes. Yes, food.
Which will
time.
start at 2.
Yes. We'll use 1 hour for that discussion. And then when we come here, please make sure any issues you want presented, present them in the groups. We shall have the plenary presentations and discussions that will also take only but 1 hour. And feedback will continue coming in.
I request that we revise the duration to 45 minutes.
Oh.
1 hour seems to be a bit long.
Shall we go past the time?
Okay.
45 minutes.
If we begin from 2, we use 45. Then we use the next 10 to settle in here.
Okay.
Then we shall be at 3 o'clock and we'll move on.
Oh, thank you so much for the
Can
guidance.
we pray for the food through me? Or you are still announcing?
We can pray for the food through you.
Thank you very much. Dear Lord, we thank you so much for this moment. We thank you for this engagement. Lord, we know that there are many people out there who have very high appetite but with nothing to eat. Yet we also know that there are those who have what to eat but have no appetite. God, we are glad that those of us in this space have both the appetite and what to eat. May we enjoy it in your name. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we go for the food, there is a request for a memorial photo for this event. And the prayer is that all of us come to the front here and then have that general photo. And I'm confident we can all fit there. If the thousands were fitting in the campaign photos, how about only the 200 of us who are here? We shall request our chief guest to kindly get down. Cameraman, where do we exactly stand? How? We go up. Those who came with drivers, kindly come for their coupons from our receiving area. Who is the official camera person? Where do you exactly stand? Or we request that the other team comes down, and then the photo targets this end. We put chairs here for them, or we all stand. That is another option also. For them to stand in front.
Stand in front.
And then others stand behind.
Cameraman is here. What works? By Emirire wano maaso.
Okay.
Now you can request them, sir.
The high table.
Yes, please request them.
High table, the request is that you kindly come down in front here. And what did you say, cameraman? They stand and face this way or they sit? They face which side? Normally when we are at selection in UNEB, we let the high table get down and stand, but also request the others to stand so that all of us are taken in the one photo. But we can have a new way of doing things. It's also about new competencies.
Creativity and innovation.
And being part of this photo is very important because it is part of your accountability. Okay, thank you very much. Now we are heading into the luncheon.
Yes.
Co-MC has already informed us that we have about 40 minutes for the lunch. Let's make good use of the 40 minutes.
We shall interact later.
And we could actually continue interacting on the curriculum at the lunch table.
Yes.
Yes.
Afoematic.
Now I've forgotten where I've placed my phone as I moved around.
Maybe it is this one, just at this table, most likely.
Thank you. If it is some very old Samsung. Which one?
There is one here.
It must be that one. Thank you. Thank you. Our dear special guests, you are part of us at the luncheon. May I request the NCDC team to guide our team from the high table to where they are having lunch, where all the rest of us are having the same. Do you feel free? So,
NCDC Journal invites researchers, curriculum specialists, educators, and policymakers to submit scholarly papers for publishing. The journal provides a peer-reviewed platform for high-quality research and critical discourse in curriculum studies, education policy.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
This is what we discussed as Group 1, and these were our deliberations. For question 1, we have the following additions that we think should be included, or if they are not already there, into the profile of the upper secondary level education cycle. What we expect is a confident individual who has identified their interests, defined a clear career path, and developed a strategy for their future. A skilled, productive, and efficient person who can apply learned knowledge in real-life situations. A critical thinker and problem solver who is able to question the status quo and make informed decisions. A good communicator able to express themselves effectively in more than one academic language. A team player and leader who can collaborate with others and demonstrate strong leadership abilities. A digitally competent individual who can function effectively in a modern technology-driven world. A self-driven, self-reliant, and resilient person with the ability to adapt and thrive in different environments. A morally upright, patriotic, and non-corrupt individual who demonstrates humility, respect, and integrity. A conflict-sensitive and socially responsible citizen who can live harmoniously with others and contribute positively to society. An entrepreneurial individual who can fit into the world of work and create opportunities. A lifelong learner who is willing to continue acquiring knowledge and skills. A responsible citizen who is responsive to societal needs and actively engages in environmental protection. For question 2, we first of all came up with a note that there is a need to develop a clear national policy on which the curriculum can be anchored, that the current statements appear more like temporary slogans. The more we make them the more they appear to be slogans, because as a nation, we have not come up with a clear national philosophy that can guide curriculum development and is stable to guide the frameworks. So these are the points that we made after our discussion. Saying the question again, the question is, how representative is the proposed philosophy? Is the proposed philosophy of the upper secondary education cycle? That is it the one that Uganda needs, and how can it be improved? These are the suggestions we had. The philosophy should explicitly, it should reflect, both national and global development priorities. There was a note of for national development at the end of the philosophy. We suggest that it should not only be national, but we should also look at the international contribution of our learners. And then it should be sensitive and responsive to societal needs. We should remove redundancies. For example, members believe that morally upright is almost inside or similar to patriotic. So we were suggesting that we find a way of using another word that can put all those two together. And then greater emphasis should be placed on the quality of education and integration of technology. Even inside the philosophy, we should include that. The philosophy should demonstrate continuity from all level, highlighting the progression. For example, more self-reliant individual, more holistic learn, something like that. And then the concept of inclusivity should be clearly incorporated into our philosophy. The suggestions that were written during the discussions were to develop a learner into a productive individual capable of earning a decent living, and to develop a productive, resilient, socially empowered, and transformative citizen. The overall comment was that the philosophy is generally sound, but requires refinement and alignment based on the recommendations given above. For question 3, we believe that the curriculum, so this is the question as I was requested to read it.
Yes.
Is the proposed curriculum menu capable of producing the kind of citizen Uganda needs? Support your response with specific aspects of the menu. The first one, which was the strength we looked at, was the curriculum menu is enriching, particularly due to the inclusion of contemporary issues, more so the project which the learners have to do under that, which promotes the relevance and real-world engagement. So it was a thumbs up for that. And then the areas for improvement were ethics and integrity are not addressed very well and should be incorporated into the curriculum. They should stand out more clearly. Under the vocational pathway, consider merging business studies components, for example, entrepreneurship and accounting. There was also a question on accounting, on if it is still part of the menu or it was erroneously added, because it is outgone. And then ICT integration requires reconsideration as to whether it is going to be a principal subject or a subsidiary. Our members suggested that it should either be both or it should be one, which the most important, which we're all looking at, was for it to cut across, for all learners to be able to do ICT, maybe as a subsidiary. And in addition to ICT, there was a comment on the content, which is in that column, which shows what is expected under ICT, that it is too high-pitched for the A-level learner. We should also should look at what is given at the higher education institutions under ICT or something similar, so that we can down-tune the ICT a bit in the A-level. And we have to clarify the position of community service. Community service had been talked about in the morning, and members wanted to know, is it a pedagogy or is it a subject? Is it a pedagogical approach or a subject? And because of this comment, they were suggesting that we should change the name to community engagement or outreach instead of community service, which sounds very punitive. When the people think about community service, they know it is time for kuchapa, something like that. So they were saying it, people will think it's for people who have done bad things. So we need to change the name. And then reconsider the merging of history and political education vis-a-vis what happened at O-level. In O-level, we merged political education and history. Do we still merge them, or we should separate them as two individual subjects? Expand foreign language options by including Spanish alongside the existing offerings. And for the final suggestions, thank you so much, to develop Yes. The recommendations are that subject combinations should be predetermined to suit the field that the students want to enter in after A-level. That the National Council should harmonize with National Council for Education should harmonize with the National Curriculum Development Center by stating clearly what principles are expected for what field of study at higher learning. Thank you so much.
Thank you. A hand clap for Group A. Group A has used how many minutes? 9.
10 minutes.
Oh, you counted 10
Yes.
by yours, so
Yes,
it was
yes.
10. So are they setting a precedent? Should we now allow 10 for everyone?
We can optimize. We can optimize in group 2.
Now the other quick question, do we react to every presentation, or we first wait for all of them?
We can do after.
Yes, so let's listen in to everybody, and otherwise, thank you very much. I was trying to score the groups here, and so far Group A, according to lower secondary school curriculum scoring,
They're outstanding, right?
You have an A already.
Okay.
So Group B, Group B.
Thank you very much, MC. It's Group B. We have 2 questions. Question 1, what are the emerging careers that upper secondary learners should target? Then part 2, which subject combinations would lead to such careers? So our question has 2 parts, so I will juxtapose them. So the careers, we have data science, and the subjects in maths, ICT. Then we have cyber security, we have maths, ICT, digital health, we have biology, maths and physics, digital marketing, we have economics and ICT, multilingual, we have languages. Then we have renewable energy and engineering, we have physics, biology and chemistry. We have robotics and innovation. We have physics, maths, ICT, arts and design. We have coding and programming and machine learning. There is ICT, maths and physics. Then we have mental health. We have biology. We have material resource recovery. There is chemistry and physics. We have applied meteorology. We have agriculture, geography, biology, ICT, and maths. So those are the careers and their subjects. Then question B, question 2 is, Uganda has a heavy menu of compulsory subjects and very limited space for optional subjects at lower secondary level. What are the likely implications of this arrangement to the education at the upper secondary and higher institutions of learning? So our group first took a note, and they say that, okay, having many compulsory subjects at O level is disadvantageous to the side of government. In economics of education, that when they have so many options, the government will have to hire so many teachers to teach the optional course units. So the economies of education will not work out. So when you are developing a curriculum, it must be cost effective in implementation. So in that way, the government will be managing the resource management also. Now the implications of this arrangement, 1, there is a higher dropout rate and low recruitment at A level, and also the higher failure rate, because the students are exposed to so many compulsory questions, so they fail to concentrate, and in most cases they fail most of them. And then 2, there's a narrow choice of the learner's interest and abilities. You're forcing a student to do 4 compulsory science subjects and then 2 arts. So when the student wants to exercise their abilities in the arts, their choice is limited. So number 3, compulsory subjects are more of science-oriented and favor more of science-based learners. I think we have only history and geography, but we have chemistry, physics, biology, mathematics, all science. So 4, it gives stiff competition at A-level admission, because all the students are doing the same subjects. So at cutoff, there are so many people competing, so the highest will take, and the others will not be taken in. So then there was a note here. We noted that there must be, that the curriculum review must be guided by the Mushega Education Review Commission report. And then 2, there must be a national education philosophy to guide this review. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You went by the earlier agreement of 5 minutes. Thank you so much for covering them.
What grade?
Mushega review. Because which other reviews have we had apart from Mushega? Kajuri. And then the current one also. A current one is the recent one is the Mushega.
The Mushega review.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you've already scored them. It's another A.
It is another A.
Just clap for them.
The unique person was asking for the weighted scores, but later.
Okay, let's move to Group C.
Yes.
Why is it refusing when it comes to Hajat? Now she's going to become a Nalongo, 2 microphones, same time.
Okay, thank you. For Group C, our first question was on what knowledge areas or subjects should be removed, merged, or added to the proposed curriculum menu and why. So with ICT, I'm going to mention out the subjects that we saw that needed action. So with ICT, we said it should both be maintained, be a principal subject and a subsidiary subject at the same time. And the reason for me making it a principal subject was that at times it could be a subject that could be core for a given program, admission to a given program in the university. And then we looked at religious education. We said that one should be maintained as a principal subject. And for art and design, we look at art and design and textile, and we said that given the requirements given the information provided in the column for requirements, art and design and textile should be merged unless they differentiate in the requirements. And that is a proposal given to NCDC. And then for entrepreneurship and accounts, we said that entrepreneurship may be maintained, but accounts be a topic under entrepreneurship. And then we said literature should be maintained, sign language, Ugandan sign language should be maintained, economics, geography, and contemporary studies should be maintained. Then for community engagement, stroke community service, there was a debate on the naming, and some were suggesting that the naming be improved, but then there was another view that what is embedded in the curriculum would be more important vis-a-vis the naming. And then for question 2, we looked at how appropriate is the proposed framework for formation of subject combinations and how can it be improved. So we looked at the diagram that is provided, the framework that is provided for the combinations, and we said that we agreed that for the subject combinations, there should be 2 essential subjects that are relevant for a student to be admitted to a given program in the university, and then one third relevant subject. And then for the contemporary subjects, that was a must, that a student could at least identify one subject to be a subsidiary. So the student should, the learner should have 3 subjects, where 2 are essential for being admitted on a given program, and 1 could be a relevant subject. So that is what we had.
Thank you very much. Group C. And of course, when everybody performs very well, you don't deny them their marks. Everybody is scoring an A so far. Now let's get to Group D.
Thank you very much. This is Group D. Our first question was, or is, some countries and curricula such as international, that one, have subject combinations that are neither purely arts nor science. What is your view about such combinations at upper secondary level in Uganda? So this is what the group said. The such combinations give students more opportunities at university in both arts and science courses. They also said it enhances integration of knowledge, borrowing ideas from different fields. It encourages interdisciplinary exposure to learners. But they also noted that NCDC should redefine subject groupings, because they gave examples of subjects that are currently taken as arts, but when you look at or examine what is taught in those subjects, they have a lot of science in them. And they mentioned subjects like geography, and economics. Those were the examples that were given. So on the whole, they said it is okay to integrate science and arts to prepare the learners for the world of work. But there is need for clear guidelines, so that as much as we are saying they need both, we need to guide them so that they know, if I'm taking these sciences, probably I'll need this kind of art, or if I'm taking these art subjects, I'll need this kind of science. The second part, or second question, suggest guidelines to forming subject combinations that are responsive to the 21st century's needs. Give some examples of some such combinations and the courses they could lead to higher institutions of learning. These are the guidelines. The members felt that each learner should have 3 essential subjects: a contemporary and an occupation. However, there is need to repackage the contemporary studies to make it a subsidiary subject rather than a principal subject. And these are some of the subject combinations. We were mainly focusing on the new ones, or what the members felt were new combinations, because the old ones are already known. So they were suggesting combinations like mathematics, economics, and a language. And this, they said, is for the business courses. Physics, mathematics, and art and design for architecture. Then we have also physics, mathematics, and technical or technology and design. Then we also have history and literature for law. We have history, economics and mathematics for business courses. Then we have physical education, biology and chemistry for sports science and medicine. We have ICT, art and design, and geography for computer courses. And then we have history, ICT, and geography for mass communication and law. There is mathematics, ICT, and economics also for business, and ICT and statistics courses. There is a language, ICT, and geography for mass communication and law. And then there's geography and language for business courses. Nutrition and food technology, biology and language for nutrition and dietetics, and food science and technology. This was also a suggestion that we introduced. They were looking at, the members looked at the subjects that that the learners would take, and they said the menu would be a little heavier than the usual one. And so they said probably we would go the semester system so that we give more time for the learners. That means we'll have 2 semesters instead of having 3 terms. But they also suggested that we increase the time for community engagement from 3 weeks to 1 month, so that we give them more time for hands-on. Yeah. Yeah, I think that is all. Thank you very much.
Wow. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Group 4, do we have a bonus presenter?
I think so.
Oh, okay. I thought we had a bonus presenter, but I know he'll make submission where he may need to come in. Thank you very much for the 4 groups, and indeed, as agreed earlier, our marking scheme has given all of them. Yes.
And they are all excellent performers.
It was all outstanding performance. Thank you very much, the different groups.
Now, we have the last group. We have the last group here online.
Yes, let's open it up for the last group
They
online.
had some comments.
Can we just have a quick glance at these comments? Somebody was first of all asking earlier what happened to the now the person on computer has pulled me.
I think you can begin from here, this one.
Okay, but somebody had said, what happened to the presentations? I can't access anything at the moment. I think that was sorted. Somebody was mentioning great presentation, but now coming to the group questions here. Instead of treating ICT as a standalone, integrate it across sciences, humanities, and business. This will make it more relevant in the different areas. And this is coming in from Mr. Gumis, it is a H. And then the other question is, question 2 is saying it is better to have clear subject combinations in the curriculum aligned to prospective career paths. This is because learners are currently doing a variety of combinations which do not have a clear future. Then question 3, somebody is saying emerging areas are in energy, nuclear, renewable fuel cells, and is put in combination as PCM, biotechnology, and is put in combination as BCM, PCB, agribusiness, and is putting agric and econ as possible subjects for that.
Yes.
Data technology, ICT, and maths are all proposed as potential courses. We can pick like 2 more and get to...
There's that one, please.
Nahabwe, this is Mr. Nahabwe. Coursework should be done as a separate paper, internally moderated, and should, for example, a 25% contribution to the final paper. The 75 can be for the final exam. Most questions in the exam should be set in a case study format to limit the cram work of points on a given topic. Marking scheme should look out more for outstanding concepts and application as opposed to specific keywords. For example, the famous qualities, qualifiers of economics.
Yes.
Okay, could you just pick the last one maybe from Maogola High School? Maogola, thank you very much for listening and following. Hey, have you taken away Maogola? It is here. Schools focus more on UNEB, and what UNEB sets simply becomes its UNEB. Yes.
Because it is UNEB that does what?
That issues documents that define one's future, and it's the exams and grades issued by UNEB that define the authenticity, validity, and strength of the documents. CDC is nowhere to be seen here. So what UNEB does has more weight according to schools and teachers than the directive issued by NCDC. The implementation of the curriculum is highly dependent, almost 90%, on the actions, services, assessment, criterion, etc. If this is a student, is a very bright student from Maogola. Yes, very brilliant questions. Finally, 3 principal subject combination has been in the practice. The presenter asks the question whether it is okay to retake a subject, failed, and gets full certificate. I think if the curriculum is the same, it should be acceptable, but where the curriculum is different, it is complicated and should be acceptable. Otherwise, the student now, HIP. Is it HIP? I think you wanted to say HIC maybe, for high. I thought you wanted to mean high education access certificate. It is the same, yes. High education access program.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are many submissions online. I'm sure the rapporteurs have captured all of them.
Yes.
We may not really take much time there. I liked the person who said future being determined only by grades is very dangerous. We just lost 2 students last week after exams had been returned.
Somebody says you read this last one. Which
the
one?
Last one? I feel so abused as a Ugandan when we propose to focus on the foreign language. Now where have you taken it again? Foreign language, and get rid of our local languages. At lower primary, we are required to teach in our local languages. If we get rid of teaching local languages at A level, where shall we get teachers of those languages at whatever level? Moreover, it strips us of our own being. Can we leave these local languages free? That is how he ends his questions. Very good observations. I think all that was submitted online is really very important.
Yes.
But let's agree that we've picked those few, and then we shall get back to plenary here. I was mentioning the 2 students we lost last week, after results had returned, and they all took their lives because of
the results,
the grades. I have failed because I've received these. But we've seen so many people, including those who have not gone to school, who have scored an A in netball, for example.
And in athletics.
And in athletics.
And
in
soccer.
Speech. We've seen many people act as MCs down in the villages when they have never been to class.
Yes.
So it's never failure. Let's now get here, ladies and gentlemen. Group A. What quick comment for Group A? From the rest of the members who are not Group A.
Over to you, colleagues.
Any quick comment, Group A. I saw for them, for example, them saying there's patriotism and moral uprightness seem to be the same. I think they simply seem to be, but they are different. Because being patriotic simply means liking your country.
Comments, colleagues, comments?
You may like your country when you are not moral. We've seen many people claiming they love Uganda like hell, but what they do is different. Yes, comment 1.
Thank you very much. I am Group A. I just want to clarify the point on inclusion. We requested it be left out, lest somebody jumps on it and brings in LGBTQ.
Oh, is it the word inclusion?
That word inclusion, we said we shall find
I think
another one.
the issue is around the word.
Yes.
Because we can say it differently.
Yes, differently.
For example, involvement.
Thank you very much.
Of everybody. But when you say inclusion, there could be trouble. Thank you. Any other opinion about presentation from group 1? Yes, sir.
We also noted that Spanish will be very expensive to implement. So though it was mentioned, it wasn't really adopted. So it's also good we point that out.
Yes, the observation on Spanish. By the way, this issue of a foreign language is a real issue. I'm a Rotarian, and Rotarians sometimes go for what they call an international conference. Some Rotarians were in Brazil one time for the international conference, and somebody couldn't communicate. The language there was really less than what we know.
Was it you?
It wasn't me.
Okay.
But when time for lunch came, the guy wanted to order for a certain specific kind of meal, and he failed to explain. And for whatever he picked, it simply meant full goat. He didn't know it was full goat, but it meant full goat. And so they went and prepared the whole stuff for one.
Jesus is Lord.
But of late, ICT has helped us.
AI translation, right?
You can have AI translation and you don't have to struggle.
Okay. Members, comments for Group A?
We can move to Group B. Any quick comments, Group B?
Yes, please, Madam.
Thank you, sir. I beg for a clarification. Group B mentioned biology as a subject for mental health. I think mental health is beyond biology. Kindly clarify, or unless I got it wrong.
I think the clarification is clear from all of us. That must have been an oversight. Mental health is broad, so broad that needs everything. You need a psychologist, you need the counselor there. You also may need the religious leader to take you through that angle.
We have the expert in the room.
Okay. Let's
Please say something.
Thank you very much. Don't want to speak from expert point of view, but biology is very key in understanding the brain. We know mental health automatically affects the brain. So that would be one of the key subjects that you need to undertake so that later you can study mental health. Thank you.
Okay, very good submission, which I don't want to oppose. I am a typical artist who is also a professional counselor.
You. Mental health, biology is key, but also chemistry. You cannot do without it. And then physics still, because when you are managing, especially on the management, which needs other interventions, you need it. But the majors, chemistry and biology. Thank you.
Okay, I know that we shall have a very detailed discussion on that.
Yes, please.
Otherwise, mental health is not merely biological, not merely scientific.
Can it also be spiritual?
It can be always.
Just asking.
It can be social.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a professional counselor myself, and this is what brought me to the ministry. I started with the Department of Guidance and Counseling, and I've received so many cases that require counseling, handling their mental well-being. Yes, you may need the science to address those very scientific issues, but many times the issues are not even scientific. The issues are social, just around there, something small. A Kayanga girl took her life in Kenya because they were abusing her figure. You are too tiny, the figure is very fine. Figure 9, still 16. Life had to go.
Thank you. Can we have more comments for B before we go to C?
I wanted to propose content creation as an emerging career. I see people calling themselves content
creators. Yes, please.
Isn't that an emerging career, really? But also here, is it the same as the influencers? Okay. There's a career around there which we should think of. It's digital marketing. Okay. When you put it in more technical terms,
digital marketing is equal to content creation.
Thank you. We can now move to Group C if there are no more submissions for B.
The members seem to be getting tired.
Okay, they are, but Group C, any quick one, Group C? Yes, there is a quick Commissioner Tukey here
Yes,
has
please.
one. You can come to Commissioner Tukey. Okay, we begin with you, sir.
For C?
Yeah, C.
Thank you. When you open the printout you gave us on page 31, under humanities, there is a kind of segregation which is continuing ever since we studied primary and secondary school, religious education, and the person who printed this went ahead to punish us the more and put into the brackets, because other religions are not considered. In the bracket they say Christian religion, education, and Islamic. This is against Christian religion and it is against human rights. On page 42, the person who did this is talking about religious education, and under him is talking about values, particularly respect for one another and harmonious living to produce an acceptable and morally right citizen. Do Jehovah's Witnesses considered in our religious education? Do Bishaka Warushobozi considered? So there must be no bracket. My concern is this bracket. It is a torture and it is segregating.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So
kindly.
it segregates other religions. And I tell you, if he had time, he would tell us the list of other religions, which is longer than all of us here. Did he mention Hinduism? There is Zoroastrianism. There is Buddhism.
What about paganism?
Okay, but we have had. Thank you, sir. Let's come to Commissioner here for the final submission.
Thank you very much, all presenters. I wanted to require that something is mentioned on the emerging, or not emerging, but this is a new area in Uganda. I think it's not very common. Film and animation. Falls under multimedia, but there is film and animation. That is one of the areas. It's not merely ICT. It's not ICT as such. It's part of it, but there is film animation. Falls under.
I think I've seen a course around that at Ishbat
There is a
University.
university which is offering, and my son is one of them where he completed as well. So one of the things which I wanted to mention on Group 3, I think it was Group C, was merging art and design and
textile.
And textile. I think that one will be making a very fundamental mistake, and the two should be left as they are because they lend themselves to different parts. Art and design, the way it has been given in page 35 is very, very pregnant. And when you look at it, it lends itself to various aspects of creativity and the rest of it. And when you go to the other, which is it?
Textile.
Textile. That is the application. Application of aspects of art and design, technology and design, and the rest of it to create garments and the rest of it, which falls under that other section. So if we merged, it will become a very heavily loaded subject where students will not be able to cope.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And I think that makes the last comment for now from the audience. We want to get back. Okay, there's another hand there. As we get back to the presenters, to have just 1 minute for any final comment from what has come from the House.
Thank you very much. maybe to start from the art and design, which would make it heavy, but I think those would be options under the subject.
Okay.
However, what I wanted to comment on, which may not have been brought out here, is that there are some combinations which are not well linked, and it's causing a lot of problems when students go to high institutions of learning. For example, a student at A-level studied geography, agriculture, and say Kiswahili. And by the fact that they passed 2 subjects with principal passes, for example, biology or Kiswahili and agriculture, he was admitted to study, say, agriculture. The problem is, for students who do agriculture but missed out biology at A-level, they struggle a lot because there's a lot of biological science, biology in agriculture and even chemistry. So I wish that could be taken into consideration.
Thank you. That wish has been received. And may I see the final hands? Yeah. Final hands are too many also. Commissioner wants to put an addendum to what he has previously said. If you can. Okay, let the mic get back. Let's begin with you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mine was also linked to...
And that must be Chambogo University.
Yes, sir. Mine was linked to the debate around combining history and political education. I think somehow it's
and he has to pass all of them.
Thank you very much, Gilbert. And thank you very much, Mr. Semakula and Joseph, for directing this workshop. I was seated in some corner and I was eavesdropping